Guten Morgen. Okay, we're going to have some fun today. I always ask you to not believe me, don't believe what I tell you, find out for yourself. I say that a lot because you have to remain skeptical. As long as you don't have the experience, then it can't be your truth. So you've heard me say these things a lot. So if I tell you that, then I feel obligated to help you find a way to find out for yourself. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about some experiences that if you work at them, maybe for 3 months, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. That may take as much as, 20 or 30 minutes out of a week, not very much. If you do that, you will probably begin to have experiences of your own that will start to convince you that indeed there is a larger conscious system and indeed your intent does modify future probability. And it's good if that's your experience and not just that you hear somebody else tell you that it's their experience or that it's the way they work. So that's what we're doing today. Okay, first of all, everybody can do it. Everybody can remote view. Everybody can heal. Everybody can communicate with others, whether they're here in other avatars, on the other side of the planet, or in the non-physical. That means either deceased, used to be here, or otherwise, never have been here. Everybody can do this. You are consciousness. This is part of your heritage, if you will, as consciousness, that the larger conscious system and its information is at your disposal. There's just a few things that you have to unlearn to do it. Nothing that's really you have to learn. It's just things that you have to unlearn. No fear. And it doesn't sound too scary, having conversations and healing, but that's not the kind of fear that's a problem here. The fear is a fear of performing, a fear of not getting the right answers, being unable to do it, which all kind of comes into the fear of failure. No expectations. If you really, really want to get this right and get the right answers and get the good information, if that's very important to you, you probably won't. You need to approach it like a scientist who has no investment in the outcome. You're just going to do it and see what happens. Let's just, experiment. See what happens. Don't make comparisons. It's not like, well, somebody else got it right, but I didn't. I must not be doing it right, or I'm not as good as they are, or I'm not as gifted. None of those are true. None of that's true. Comparisons are useless. No beliefs. If you have some particular beliefs about the way the world works, just let those beliefs go. This is really not about the way the world works. This is just about you trying these exercises and just seeing what happens. Okay? It's not really trying to justify anything. It's not really even trying to gain experience. It's just trying to be, experience, and see what happens. And don't be judgmental about what happens. That means as soon as you, say, get some information, don't immediately question it. Oh, I got something. Oh, did I just make that up? Okay, that's you trying to judge the value and the quality of information. Don't judge it. Just accept it. Now, if you learn to have conversations with other entities, with other individuated units of consciousness, you just have to accept whatever comes And this burning question is, that you probably have, is it real? That's not a good question. And in the very beginning, that's a terrible question, because you ask it at a time when you don't have enough information to answer it. So you ask a question that cannot be answered. That causes stress, which makes you need even more to get that question answered, to relieve the stress, and there is no answer. You see, that then gets into a loop, and pretty soon you're just completely stop the process. So in the beginning, we don't want you to judge, is it real? You have to think, what does real mean? Information is real. There's nothing more real than information. All of this physical universe we have here, that's just information. Is that real? It's just as real as your dream. Your dream is just as real as this. The things that you get when you do these exercises are just as real as all of that. The point is not, is it real? The point is it useful? Are you learning something? Does it help you grow up? That's the questions that you'll have to ask, but not right in the beginning. After you've been doing this for 3 months, if you do it consistently over 3 months, 4 months, now you can start to ask the question, am I learning anything? Is something going on here? Or am I just wasting my time? If you can't answer that question after 3 months, then keep working on it for 6 months till you've collected enough data that you can assess and come to some conclusion. If you come to the conclusion that you are wasting your time, well then try it some other way. Work at it from another direction. Change the way you meditate. Change the way you approach it. And then work at it again for several months. And then test it then, after several more months, is this working for me? You see, it's a long process of investigation. It's a long process of experimentation. After a year or so, you will have enough data to decide whether or not this is useful, whether it's going someplace, whether it's not going anywhere, and you'll have an ability to make those assessments. And we do have to make those assessments. We don't want to just accept things. We want to be skeptical. It's important to be skeptical of everything. But being skeptical on that first hello you get from some other entity, that's not the time to be skeptical. You don't have enough information to be skeptical and do anything about it, to resolve it. So then just be open, whatever happens. And if you say, well, that doesn't make any sense, that's silly. I open my mind and I see little pink bunnies, dancing around big daisies. It must be something Walt Disney did to me when I was a child, That doesn't make any sense, so you throw that away. That's nonsense. Well, you've judged it immediately as nonsense. Instead, if you see pink bunnies playing around big flowers, try to get into that, try to deal with it, connect to it. What is this? Go to it. Become one with the bunnies. Become one with the flower, Engage it. This is not a spectator sport. You have to engage everything, even if it's silly. Engage it. Experience it. You will find that often that innocuous, silly thing will lead to something else. You'll go over and engage those bunnies and flowers and you'll fall down the rabbit hole. And now you'll be like Alice, you'll be in some other reality someplace. And then the adventure starts. Whereas if you had just dismissed it, you'd still be sitting there waiting for something to happen. So you have to engage, even silly things. So don't be judgmental. Don't have expectations. If you've read books about people who have ventured into the larger conscious system, or that talk with dead people or do whatever, and you kind of have a sense for the way that went, don't expect for that to be your experience. That's their experience. Everybody has to have their own experience. Trying to have somebody else's experience is just frustrating because you're not that somebody else and you're not going to have their experience. You'll have your own. And you have to have your own experience long enough that you can ask the question, is this useful to me? Don't worry about where does the data come from. You'll get data. Where it comes from is not important. It's just data. It can come from the larger consciousness system. It can come from some other individuated unit of consciousness. And it can come from your own imagination. All three of those sources are valid sources. It's all information. And all three of those sources are usually glommed together. There's components of it from all of the sources. That it's your imagination does not make it inferior, doesn't make it not real, doesn't make it not true. We have this idea that this physical reality is the only real reality and everything else is kind of a made up, fake, not valuable reality. It's not like that. Your imagination is a very valuable source of information for you. Very valuable. So don't discount any of it. Don't say, well, where did that come from? Just accept it as it is. Deal with it. Interpret it. And go with it. Connect to it. Engage it. Okay. Though everybody can do this, it is not essential to ever do anything paranormal in order to grow up and become love. And growing up and becoming love is really what we're here for. That's the key idea. So you don't have to do any of this to succeed in this virtual reality. But a lot of us, particularly the people kind of stuck on logical process, they want to experience it themselves. They want it to be their own personal experience so it can be their personal truth. And they don't like not being sure, not being certain. The idea of living gracefully with uncertainty gets more and more difficult the more you are left-brained and engaged in logical process. You don't like uncertainty. Uncertainty is something to get rid of, not to just live with. So if you fall in that camp, then these kinds of exercises will be very valuable to you. If you don't live in that camp, these exercises may be, who cares? It's not important, not of real interest to even bother doing it. You can find love without doing these sort of things. But in our culture, most of us spend most of our time engaged in logical process. And we would like to have some proof for ourselves that intent really does modify future probability, and that this is a virtual reality. Okay. You have to be open, impartial, detached, accepting. Okay. Don't judge it. Don't try to see it. Don't try to make it make sense. Doesn't have to make sense. Just get what you get. You will be a lot more powerful. You'll have a lot greater effect if you perform these exercises from the being level instead of from the intellectual level. For those of you that live out of your heads, you're thinking, being level, intellectual level, what's that? What being level? For many people, they think they only have one aspect to themselves, and that's their intellect. If their intellect isn't in charge, well, then who is in charge? What's in charge? If I'm just not thinking about it with my intellect, then how can I process it? So we call people like that they live out of their heads. There's another way of being, and some people call that living out of your heart, but it's basically at the being level. Being level is the core of you. It's where your emotions live, at the being level. for the most part, that's where your empathy lives also. It's at the being level. So when we're healing, then you have to feel that empathy. You have to really care about that person that you're healing. If you really care, you really connect to them in a caring way, then you will be a lot more effective than if it's just an intellectual exercise. This idea of being level and intellectual level had an interesting artifact at Pear Labs. In their experimentation, Pear Labs did a lot of work with intent modifying random numbers. They had generate random numbers with an event-based generator, which means it was a radioactive element that would decay, and it would decay say one way or another. Let's say there's two hemispheres that detect it, and it could decay in either one. And what they would try to do is make it decay primarily in, say, the right one rather than the left one, or vice versa, so that the number of counts in the right and left hemisphere of this detector surrounding this radioactive element should be about the same over time. If you get thousands and thousands of counts, they ought to be very, very similar. But with intent, they could make one of them have a lot more counts than the other one. So they did that sort of research. They did other things too, but this was one of their core ideas, was to have intent modify random process. I remember one video where they had this little robot, and the robot could move, but it could move, and you set it in the middle of a round table, and it could move in any direction on the table. It was a random robot. So if you just let it go, it would just dither around in the middle of the table because it was equally likely to move in any direction. There was a random generator inside telling it randomly which direction to move. And then they would bring somebody with an intent to move, to bias that randomness to one direction, and the robot would walk off the table. Okay, the robot then would walk off the table. Not just turn around and walk off the table, but it would do this and go over and then finally fall off the edge of the table. So it did that sort of experiments. There was a lady who was in charge of this, this organization, Pear Labs. You can Google it, P-E-A-R, Princeton Anomalies, Princeton Engineering Anomalies Research. Pear is an acronym. And it was an offshoot of Princeton University Engineering Department, who discovered these anomalies and wanted to research them and see if they couldn't come to some conclusion about what was going on. They worked for about 20 or 30 years, did a huge number of experiments with immaculate scientific protocols, and came to the conclusion that it was about 1 billion to 1 that the results that they got were just chance. So it was hugely statistically significant. But anyway, the lady who was in charge of this talked about the differences between men and women doing this exercise of biasing random numbers. And she said that when the men were asked to, say, make the average of a random number generator be higher than it should be, generally they would make it be higher than it should be. Or if they were asked to make it to be lower than it otherwise would be, the men would make it lower. But just by a little bit. They had very small amount of movement. What I'm talking about, a random generator, let's say it picks a random number between 0 and 10, then the average should be at 5. And if you did that, say, 100,000 times, you might get 5.0001 or 4.9999, but it'd be close to 5. So if you actually made it go 5.1, oh, well, that was a big change, you see. Well, the guys would only make it go 5.01 or 001. But that was significant because normally, without them doing it, it would have been 0.00001. So it was small. When the ladies were asked to do this, they found there was about a 50-50 chance. If they were asked to bias it to the high side, it'd just as likely be biased to the low side. And if they asked to bias it to the low side, it was about 50-50 that'd be biased to the high side. They were very poor at doing what it was they were instructed to do, but they moved it a much bigger amount. They were the ones that got the, the 5.1 or the 5.2 or the 4.9. They had much larger effect. People had no idea why it was like that. But the difference is that females tend to work from the being level, from the emotional level, from the feeling level more than men do. Men tend to work from the intellectual level more than females do. So the men were able to precisely do what they intended. On the other hand, they had very weak effects. The women, not so much being precise, but much larger effects. So that's just a little scientific evidence to show that the being level is where the power is. The being level is where you get more effect out of your intent. So try to make it not just an intellectual exercise, but a feeling, a caring. You have to get into it. You have to have some personal investment in it. It has to work out of your being level. I know, hard to imagine what that is, but just try that and see if you can't move it from the intellect down to the core of you. Feel and think from your core, not just from your intellect. Okay. A good idea, a good way to make this better for you, I'm assuming now that those of you who are interested will want to practice over the next year or so. You'll be practicing on this, getting better and better at it. Because as you practice, your technique will change. You'll find that certain states and certain things and certain ways of feeling and being work better than others, and you'll just slowly get better and better. I suspect within a year's time, probably anybody in this room who kind of works at it consistently in a year should be in around at 80 to 90% effective. That's pretty big. That's enough that after doing it a few hundred times, you'll know whether or not you're having an effect. So you can't just do this once. If you try to heal somebody and they get better immediately, well, they may have just gotten better immediately anyway. You see, you have to do it enough times that you get a sense of the statistics, whether or not you're being effective or not effective. So it's something that will take time. It's an investment over years. Growing up is a process of life. It's a process of living. It's not just something you get to do. It's something you have to be. So it's something you'll do for a long time. Okay, drugs. About drugs, I always get questions about drugs. Are drugs useful? Is that a way to get into the larger conscious system, and so on? And the answer is drugs can get you into the larger conscious system. Drugs can give you that experience. But in general, it's not profitable. The only way that I've heard that drugs have been profitable in this is that it's a wake-up call. Somebody gets blasted up into inner space, and it's an oh wow, I see the bigger picture, I feel it, I'm one with everything, I feel everything, I'm connected. And then, instead of doing it again and again and again, they let it alone after that, and they go try to do it on their own. They start researching it and finding out what it's all about, and they work that process. So that, I've had several people tell me that that's been their experience and that that was good, and they thought the drug really was the thing that got them moving in this positive evolutionary process. But drugs are more likely to be a trap. What the experience is when you use a drug, it's not something you're doing, it's something's being done to you, okay? The process is something outside of you is doing this to you. And in the long run, that is not a good process, because you don't want it to be something that's doing something to you. You want it to be growing up. You see, it has to be you changing yourself from the inside, not a chemical changing you to have an experience. The experience is neither here nor there. experience is not that important. It's what you make out of that experience, what you learn from that experience, what you internalize, how that experience changes you. That's important. And just having an experience, even if it's a peak experience, is not that important. It's what do you do with it? How do you internalize it? How do you grow from it? How do you make it a part of you? How does it change you from the inside? And what research has shown is that people who take drugs consistently, this was done by a researcher who had several dozen subjects taking DMT. And they did this research over some months, or maybe a year or so. Most of them had peak experiences, life-changing experiences, experiences that just, they could never be the same afterwards, et cetera, et cetera. And they did a lot of psychological testing and physical testing and so on before they accepted candidates into the program. And then a couple of years later, they went back to revisit them and see if they were different somehow. And the answer to that came out, no, not so much. They were pretty much the same people with the same attitudes, the same issues, the same ego, the same beliefs, that they were to begin with. So they had an experience. They had lots of experiences, but just having an experience doesn't necessarily translate into growth, because the experience is something's doing something to you, not you learning, growing, becoming different. So there's a difference there. Now, on the other hand, the same thing can happen with meditation. There are people who meditate and they go out of body and they do all of this, and it's just an experience. No drugs, they do it on their own, but it's just an experience. And they don't learn anything, and years later, they're the same person with all the same ego and all the same fears. Well, maybe not all the same fears. Maybe their fear is less. Their probably fear of death is probably less. But it doesn't change them very much. You're not going to change at the inside just because you do these sort of things. Okay. So I don't recommend drugs as a way of growing up. They work as a way of having an experience, but just having an experience, go get on a roller coaster, that's an experience too. It's exciting. It's a wow experience, and it has about the same effect on your growth. So the main constraints, the main things that will keep you from being successful today are fear, beliefs, and inexperience. You see, without experience, you have a hard time interpreting the data, because we interpret data based on what's in our database, our experience base. That's how we interpret the data. And if you go someplace where you've never had any experience, you really don't know how to interpret the data very well. So you're kind of grasping at straws there. And there's no way to get around that other than just have more and more and more experience. That's why if you do it for hundreds and hundreds of times, you start to get a sense for the images you get, the information you get. How does that feel? How subtle is it, or how unsubtle is it? And what do your symbols mean? What metaphors do you work with? And all that stuff starts to grow with experience. So don't expect to be really good at it the first time, but expect that you will get good at it if you keep practicing it. Let's see, what else? So you will find that, of course, that what you do finally end up with, the images you get, say, in remote viewing, they are going to be the product of your own interpretation. So, how they have these ink blot tests where they show an ink blot and everybody, immediately sees something in it, but everybody sees something different in it because it depends on what's inside of them, and that's how the psychiatrist tries to determine what's inside of them, by seeing what they see. Well, that same effect is working here. You'll get information, and when you... Is Tinkerbell here? I think we have a fairy here in our midst. I think Tinkerbell just left. All right. So where are we here? Yeah, so that it's your personal interpretation. That's why you shouldn't try to make anything of it, because you're going to see, you're going to see a circle with some lines in it, and you might say, oh, that's a clock. Well, see, that's your interpretation. If you'd never seen a clock or you weren't familiar with clocks, you wouldn't have that interpretation. Or you might think, oh, that's a pizza. Or you might think, it could be anything. So when you say, oh, I said it was a pizza and it was a clock, well, you see, that's just an interpretation. If you get the right architectural elements out of it, then that's a success. So don't try to make it into anything. Don't try to make it a pizza or a clock. Try to just get what you get. Put that down. You're going to have to write it on a piece of paper because we're going to stack these things up. And be okay with that. Live gracefully with uncertainty. You don't need to know what it is. Just put it down. But if you feel like you have to name it, you will, and then after that, that's all you'll be able to see. All right. Okay. Well, when it comes to communication, often people talk about having guides, communicate with their guides, communicate directly with the larger conscious system, communicating with other IUSCs. And really what's going on here is those are all metaphors. Your guides are metaphors. Your guide is a metaphor for a direct link to the system, to the larger conscious system. There's not some being hovering around you just waiting for you to ask a question. It doesn't work like that. It's just, it's like you ask that question or you have you need some sort of interaction, you get that interaction, and you'll get an interface to the larger conscious system, and that interface will be consistent. That'll be your interface. And because you are a human and most of your experience is here, that interface will be male or female. We'll wear some sort of clothes, we'll look some sort of way. We'll have an age. All of the things we're used to in this physical reality, you'll dress your interface up in those sorts of things. If you're religious, your contact might be, an angel. If you're not, it might be a guru. If you are into connecting with ancestors, it might be one of your ancestors. Whatever it is that works for you. The system can take on any guise at all if that helps you connect. Okay, so your guides are just an interface, consistent interface. Guides have sense of humor. They have personalities. Some of them are jovial. Some of them joke a lot. Some are real serious. Just depends on what you need and what works for you. So that's what your guides are. When you're in meditation, you should be a little conscious, a little aware of what it is you're doing, what you're thinking about, what are your goals. Go into a meditation with an idea of what you'd like to accomplish. And if what you'd like to accomplish has to do with you growing up, if it's on your path to becoming love, the system will try to help you. You'll get a lot of help. If what you want to do is just have a good time, if it's like just a different kind of roller coaster, then the system isn't going to help you very much because that's not very important. So you can connect in to the larger conscious system and get a lot of help, a lot of interaction, if what you're trying to do is something that the system would like to support, which is you lowering the entropy of your consciousness. So be a little aware of what you're doing. Once you get in that state and you're existing primarily at your being level, not your intellectual level, that's not the time to be planning what you're going to do next. You're not a very good planner. You're used to planning out of your intellect. Eventually you'll learn how to plan out of the being level, but initially the intellect's you've made it sit down and be quiet. You're just existing as a point of consciousness in a void. And at that point, you are not so likely to be very clever about what you decide to do next. So most people, if they don't have an idea of why they're doing this, when they start, they'll just get there and just drift around in that space, which is very nice. It's a very nice space. You'll get a lot of good energy from it. You'll come back feeling energized. It's very peaceful. It's very quiet. It's nice. It's comforting. You feel good, but just going there to hang out is fine for the first 20 times you go there, but eventually you should begin to see that state as a doorway to everything else. It's a doorway to your ability to gather information, to find ways of evolving more efficiently, for guidance, if you will. You can use it for a lot of things, for healing, remote viewing. All those things work better if you start at that state. That point consciousness state is a good start place. Now, it may take you a while to get to that state, and the first time you get there, it may only last for a few seconds, but if you keep working at it, you'll get to where you can hang out in point consciousness for as long as you want to. And then you can decide, really, what would you like to work on? Most of the time, you'll end up working on your own growth, seeing bigger pictures, helping you understand maybe other people or situations, seeing the bigger picture, getting rid of your fears. Those are all good things to do from point consciousness state, because you have much greater breadth and depth of vision and understanding when you're in that state, because your intellect isn't constantly jabbering and distracting you with fear and ego. All right. Again, the thing that makes the most difference is your beliefs and your expectations and your fears. That's what gets in the way. All right. Positive and negative beings. Okay. Because there is free will, it's perfectly okay in the system to make poor decisions. Okay? To make decisions on the side of fear rather than decisions on the side of love. And many people do that. Everybody does that from time to time, but some people do it consistently. And when they do, that's what we call a negative being. It's just beings that use their free will to make poor choice after poor choice. Typically, these beings end up being very chaotic, which you would expect, very high entropy, very chaotic. If you run into such a being, it's not going to bother you or hurt you or do anything to you unless you're fearful, and unless you're fearful of it or fearful of anything else. If you go there with fear, you go there with an open port that allows others to connect with you through that fear. So if you are fearless, none of that stuff can touch you unless you want it to. Unless you reach out to touch it, it can't touch you. So fear is your only weakness. If you happen to be in the larger conscious system and something scary happens, the best thing to do is just meet that scary thing, face on, and deal with it with no fear. So you get there and you pop out a body and you see a three-headed monster with big teeth. The best thing to do is walk right up to it, shake its four hands, and say, "Hello, I'm Tom, having a good day, just deal with it. Don't worry about it. Be fearless." And you'll find at that time, there's a very, very high probability that that monster will just disappear, just turn into smoke. Or it'll turn into some, one of those little pink bunny rabbits, and play with you or something. That the scary part goes away. Most of the things you'll find in the non-physical that are frightening are creations of your own fear. See, when you're there, this thing about intent creates reality, that's a much more direct link than it is here. Here you have an intent and you modify reality, you modify future reality just a little bit, you just nudge it a little. There, what you think, you manifest. So if you're fearful that some being is going to get you, you'll almost certainly run into some being who will want to get you. That's just a mirror of your own fear. And then, if that frightens you, and now you feel like, oh no, I met this awful thing that's going to get me, it maybe will get you. You end up getting yourself. And that fear can cause you problems. That fear can haunt you. That fear can turn into be a problem for you, because the more you interact with it, the more fearful you get. Oh no, I can't get rid of this thing. Now what am I going to do? Well, that's just more fear, you see, and that can get into a cycle to where now you're miserable and you can't seem to get rid of it. Of course, you've got something else to blame for it other than yourself, but for the most part, what you find there is what you generate there. It's what you create. So maybe first step, even before a lot of meditation, is to try to get rid of your fear, or at least screw up your courage to where you will be willing to just face things that happen there. So just accept it, face it, deal with it. The worst possible thing that can happen to you is that you'll end up awake in your bed or in your chair or wherever it is you are that you were sitting. Okay, let's see. Your intent opens and closes communication links. If you have an intent to get certain information or to connect with somebody, then that opens a link to that person. It's like that's their URL. If you don't want to communicate with that person, it works the same way. That cuts it off. That shuts it off. Then you refuse to accept their messages. That's like getting an email, but you know it's from somebody you want to converse with, so you delete it. Except it's all done automatically according to your intent. So you can shut things off. If you're fearful, then it's hard to cut things off, because that's a connection you have to that thing because you have fear with it. So now cutting it off is almost impossible unless you get rid of the fear first, you see. Okay. Now, a couple of more things. When you have an intent that you want to change future probability, and in healing, all you're doing is changing the future probability of how sick somebody's going to be. It's basically what you're doing. In remote viewing, you're just collecting data from databases. You have to specify your intent. Your intent now becomes a query, say, to the database. You have to express that query very precisely. That's hard to do if your mind is floating around in 4 or 5 directions all at the same time, one after another. That's why you have to be able to clear all those thoughts out. Be perfectly clear and perfectly focused without thoughts running in and out. That's why we meditate first. You have to have a precise query. It's just like querying any database. If you open up Google and you type in love, and then you say, okay, go, you'll get 10 million things back. You don't want 10 million things back. You need to have a precise query. Often, almost every time we do these exercises, there'll be somebody who will get all the remote viewing targets. They will have seen them, except they got them all in the wrong order. They got the third target the first time. They got the second target, the 4th time. It's just, they get them all in a jumble. That's because the query is not precise. The query is to see the remote viewing target. They didn't specify which target. If you don't specify, then the system kind of takes a random assessment of what you didn't specify. It's like addressing a letter to somebody and leaving the house number off. What happens is then the postman gets to the street, if this is consciousness, and they just take a random draw from all the house numbers that are on that street, and that's where they deliver the mail. That's the way consciousness works. So if you don't specify exactly what your intent is, it'll get to the part that's uncertain, and it'll look at all the possibilities, and it'll pick one, and that's what you'll get. So you'll get something, because you made a query, but it won't necessarily be anything related to what you want, unless your query is very precise. Most of us don't have much practice thinking precisely. We tend to think kind of general terms. We're not used to being precise in our thoughts. So that's something that's a little hard to do, is to be precise. When we heal, all we need is a unique address to that individual. So if one of you has, let's say, a healing target, and it is Mr. X, that's fine, as long as it is the Mr. X that was put forward as a healing target by one of us here. Because there's only one Mr. X that's been put forth as a healing target here, unless there's 6 people who also have a Mr. X. That might be confusing. That's why I'll write it on the board. So it's the Mr. X person that, I wrote here, that person offered it, and so on. So if you have all that intent that feeds back through that person knows who Mr. X is, or knows somebody who knows somebody who knows who Mr. X is, depending on where his information came from. But there is a link back to that particular Mr. X. That's why it works. You don't have to know anything more than that, it's just an address. But you do have to know that. So in your intent, you can't say, let's just go take a look at Mr. X health body. You have to say, what Mr. X? The Mr. X that was put up as a candidate for healing or for diagnosis in this, at this time, this place, that Mr. X. So you have to be specific. All right. You can specify the output of the information you get. So unlike when you Google just sends you whatever it gets. With this, you can specify how you want the data to be displayed. So you make a query. Would you like it in a graph with 6 different colors? Would you like a picture? Would you like a feeling? What would you like? How would you like to see the data? Would you like error bars on it based on 3 sigma probability of it being correct? You're a statistician. You can have all sorts of statistical measures surrounding your data if you want. All you have to do is specify the output format that you want, and that's what you'll get. So when you see an aura, you get the default picture back. You'll get some kind of thing that looks like an egg-shaped light around an individual sort of thing. That's the default thing. That's a visual output. But within that, you can also define colors. You can say, well, I'd like red to be happiness, and I'd like purple to be meanness or something. Whereas the normal way of doing that is just the opposite. The zigzaggy red stuff is anger, and the purple has to do with spirituality. That's just the default scheme. But you can make that scheme be anything you want. All you have to do is tell them how you'd like those colors, what you would like the colors to represent, and that's what you'll get. So you see, those auras aren't a thing that exists like it is. It's a query in a database, and you get to specify the output. If you'd like to see energy patterns arranged in 7 chakras attached to a body, then you'll see a body, you'll see 7 things, and you'll see all the appropriate colors and the rest of it. That's your output format. Okay. You can choose what you want. Sometimes it's really handy to do graphs. Say you just want to see a prognosis of somebody, their health versus time. You can say, well, here's a graph. Okay, we have the Like the y-axis, that's health. It goes from 0, which is dead, to up here, which is 100% healthy. And time then is on this axis. And you can say, I want that time axis by month, by week, by day, by hour, whatever you want. And you'll see the little line will come out, and that'll be your graph. You see? So you can say, I'd like to see that graph, how it's going to be if I don't do any work on this person. If we just leave it alone, what's the prognosis? If I work on that person, what's going to be the difference? How will I be able to help? And you can watch, or you can make both of those lines. I want to see both those lines together. It's up to you. You can get any sort of output you want. If you can conceive of it, if you can imagine it, if you can clearly state it in your mind, then that's what you'll get. Okay. And most people don't understand that. They think that it comes out the way it is, and that's the way it has to be, and you just have to look at it and figure out what it means. It's not like that. If you're looking at an aura, you don't have to have a person there. You don't have to have a picture of the person. You don't have to have a piece of their hair, or, a Kleenex they used, or, something that is connected to them physically. It's not about the physical. Body doesn't have anything to do with it. This avatar bodies, remember, ones and zeros on a hard drive someplace, has nothing to do with it. Intent is the only active ingredient. Also today, when we do these things, we aren't going to have any rituals. Most of us have rituals. A ritual could be something like, I only meditate lying down. I go down on a bed and I meditate. Well, lying down on a bed then is one of your rituals. And you'll find that if you try to sit up in a chair and meditate, it won't work. You can't do it. You just can't get in a good state that way. But you can do it lying down. We get habituated to our rituals and get dependent on our rituals. You have to sit in a special place. It has to be quiet. It has to be dark. You have to be lying down. You have to be sitting up. You have to have incense burning and a statue of Buddha here. And you have to have this music playing. And you have all this environmental stuff that's necessary. And none of that's necessary. In fact, as you practice your meditation, it would be a good idea to become robust in your meditation. The way you do that is you learn to meditate in different ways in different places. In the beginning, it will be very difficult. You'll try to meditate for the first time sitting up, and you'll say, I can't do it, it doesn't work. Just keep working at it. Eventually, you'll be able to do it. Then go back to doing lying down. Then do it alternate each way. Pretty soon, it won't make any difference whether you're standing up or lying down. Then learn to meditate standing on one foot. Then learn to meditate walking back and forth in your room. Then learn to meditate while you're taking a walk in the woods or in the park. Now you'll have to start parallel processing, because you don't want to step in a hole. You don't want to run into anybody. So you have to be aware to a certain extent and be in a meditation state to a certain extent. All of this will produce robustness in your meditation. Then learn to meditate in a noisy place where there are a lot of people. Go sit down on a bench in a big shopping mall and meditate. And do that until you can get a really good meditation in that shopping mall. You can just let it go. Now, it doesn't mean that you don't hear things, that you don't know that you're in a park, that you don't know that there are a lot of people around talking, making noise. You do, but you're not attached to it. You're not processing it. You let go of it. It's just there, but it doesn't really have anything to do with you. Okay? So when you detach from it like that, then it doesn't affect you. And pretty soon you forget about it, and then it disappears, and it is gone. But if you're meditating at home and the phone rings, you'll hear the phone. If you're expecting an important call, you'll get up and go answer the phone. If you're not, you can just detach from it. And it'll make it easier to sleep, because then when you're trying to go to sleep at night, but somebody in the next room is talking, or the dog's barking, or your neighbor's having a party, you can just turn it off. It's okay. Detach from it. You see? So this is learning some mental discipline. And when you can sit on a school bus with a bunch of 8-year-olds having a field trip and meditate successfully, you know that you're really good at it. So I suggest you do that. It will teach you to parallel process. Parallel processing is very valuable. Eventually you'll be able to meditate while having a conversation with someone. You'll be able to start healing a person or someone that person is telling you about while they're telling you about it. So your friend comes up and says, my Aunt Susie, just was diagnosed with such and such and whatever. So you can be having that conversation, bring up Aunt Susie, kind of see what her problems are, find out what's going on, start the healing process while you're still talking to the individual going on. When you're healing someone, you don't have to take a half an hour to sit down, relax, light your incense, do all the things you do just to spend 15, 20 minutes healing them. You can heal them in, 20, 30 seconds. You can get to that point consciousness state instantaneously. That's because all you're doing is using your intent to switch data streams, to do something else. Close this port, open up that port. Close this web page, open up another web page. You don't have to do anything. And if we get rid of our rituals, then it becomes very efficient. Now you can heal someone, and 20 times during the day, you can take 5 seconds out to keep adding to that healing, you see. If you had to take 10 minutes out, well, that's too much trouble. But a few seconds, you can do that just walking from one office to the other and be effective at it. So I'm kind of giving you ideas of places to go, where it might lead, things that you can work on. And any of you will be able to do any of this if you work at it seriously and consistently. Okay, when you do access data, the ease of access and the data that you get is somewhat dependent on the quality of the request. Okay. So when you're looking for data and you're looking for better and bigger perspectives, if what you're looking for is something that's toward growing up, toward becoming love, you find a lot of cooperation. If it isn't, you'll find not too much cooperation. And if it's really bad stuff, you may find actively being blocked. But for the most part, the system will let you do whatever you want because you have free will. But it's always easier if you get help along the way. Always keep a big picture perspective. Realize that as you grow in your ability to affect others, you also grow in your responsibility to deal with that. You have to be responsible. It's not always good to heal someone. A lot of us have illnesses because it's an experience that we need to have. It's on our path to growing up. Remember, being here is not about feeling good. It's not even about being happy. Though if you work toward growing up here, you will be happy. But that's not the point. That's a side effect. Being happy is a side effect of growing up. It's not about being happy. It's about growing up. So often, being ill is a learning experience. So think of it this way. You say, yeah, but they've got this fatal disease. That's horrible. They're going to die. If they learn something valuable in the process of dying, it'll be well worth it because they will reincarnate in another time and place, and they will be at a little higher level than they were before because they learned something. If they lived for another decade but never learned anything, that would be a loss, you see. So dealing with illness, even if it's a fatal illness, can be a good thing to do, a growing moment. So we have to have a bigger perspective on things like death and illness. Many people need that illness to grow up. They need to deal with it. And you'll get a sense of that as you become more adept at your healing. Some people will just reject what you try to give them as far as healing. And it'll be like you're working on it, but somehow it's just not sticking. It's just not working. It seems to be resistant to your efforts. That's probably because they need that. And you should not run over anybody else's free will or try to rearrange their lives. The idea isn't that, well, I can use my mind to change things. Don't think of yourself as God now, trying to fix everything and make everybody the way you want them. That would be definitely de-evolution. You got to be responsible. You have to do things because of love, because you care about people. If you just want to manipulate people for your own ends, even if you justify it with your ego and saying, yeah, but it's the best thing for them. I'm really just doing it for them. That's a false story. You're not. You're doing it to make it the way you want it. And of course, the way you want it, by definition, is always the best way. So you have to realize that and not impose your ideas, your sense of what they should be doing on anybody else. And that's very important, because I'm going to teach you some skills here that will allow you to put information in somebody else's head, to extract information out of somebody else's head. And you need to do that only with a loving intent, not with an intent to instruct somebody on thinking and being the way you know they should be. You have to let everybody be the way they are. They all have to make choices to grow up. It's not your job to manipulate or to force or to even encourage that growing up in any way other than giving them an environment in which they can change themselves. Okay. So that's an important point. In general, the system is self-policing. People who use these skills for self-centered aims tend to always be very weak in the skills. And that's because fear as a intent is a high entropy intent. It's a weak intent. It tends to be a self-destructive intent. Eventually those things will come back and bite you. You'll have repercussions. It won't be the way you want it. You know, be careful with unintended consequences. Whereas if you're on the side of love, then things just work well for you. So it polices itself. Those who actually gain a fair amount of power only can do that because they've been working on the side of love, not on the side of manipulation. So you don't have to worry too much about, evil wizards roaming the world, doing terrible things. There may be some of those, but the ones with notoriety are big fish in tiny ponds. You put them in a bigger pond, and they're pretty small fish. Positive side of evolution has really no limit. Negative side of evolution can only go so far before it starts to self-destruct. So it's very limited in the amount of power it has. But if you're just a little weenie thing that doesn't have any idea what's going on, then even though that negative thing is restricted, it still may have a lot more influence than you do. So that's why you have to be fearless. Then it can't touch you. All right. I've taken a lot of time up front to discuss this because attitude is everything. Mindset is everything. Technique is nothing. I'm going to get all of you to hopefully create your own techniques. It's not about finding the right technique. This is not a left brain exercise. It's not like, here are the steps, do the steps, and you'll get there. It's not it at all. You have to be the steps. You have to change who you are from the inside. So that attitude, that feeling, the approach that you have, the mindset you have, whatever beliefs, ego, fear that you bring to it, all that stuff is really important. That makes a big difference. How you go about it is pretty much irrelevant. You can make that up yourself. So it's important that I get these basic ideas about how you have to be in order to be effective. That's more important than me giving you any techniques at all. Okay, we're going to get into our experiential part, and we're going to deal with making contact first, then we're going to talk about healing, and then we're going to do remote viewing. I'm going to go through these exercises very quickly, and don't let that frustrate you. I'm trying to do that for a couple of reasons. One, if you have a lot of time, you'll end up just tripping over yourself. You'll start second guessing and going over it, and was the first time better than the second time, and you get up in a wad with that. It's much better just to do it once, do it quickly, let it go. It's actually a lot faster process than you think. It doesn't take a lot of time. When you do the healing and do the remote viewing, if I gave you 30 seconds, that would probably be too much. But I'm going to give you more than that. I'm going to give you a bit more than that. But we're not going to do process. We're not going to meditate first. We're not going to do any deep breathing. We're not going to do any of that. We're just going to do it stone cold, awake. And you'll see it'll work just about as well. Won't be a problem. Just relax and do it. All right, when we talk about making contact is going to be one of the three sources that you have data from: the larger conscious system, some other IUOC, or yourself. All three of those are valuable, all three of those are real, all three of those are significant. Don't worry about which one. Don't try to find the source. None of them are tagged. None of those little data streams have a flag on them that says this is from your imagination and that's from the larger conscious system. They don't come with tags. So just don't worry about where it's from. We're used to doing that here in this reality. Somebody tells us something, we want to know, well, who are you? You know, do you have credentials to tell me about that, or are you just making it up, or you know, where are you coming from? We try to vet the source all the time, and that will get you nowhere in the larger conscious system. You have to decide whether the information's useful or not. That's the only judgment that you bring to it. Where it comes from, you'll get a feeling of that later with experience. After you've been doing this for a few years, you'll be able to tell where it's coming from, just because you will begin to have non-physical friends again, you know, like you did when you were 5 years old, right? You'll start to be interacting with entities. You'll get to know them. You'll get to know their personalities. You'll get to know something about them. You'll start to be able to differentiate things. You'll know when you get information that is just not in your own database. You couldn't have made that up if you'd tried. Things will become more obvious, but particularly in the beginning, don't worry about where it comes from. It's just information. Deal with it, use it, connect with it, see if it's something you can learn from, and don't worry about where it comes from. You never actually get to see the source. You'll never be 100% sure where anything comes from. All you'll ever see is the data. You'll never get to directly touch the source of the data. It's just data. Okay, science has the same problem. Science will never ever see these particles. They only see the effects of the particles. They can't touch the particles. They can only see the effects. It's a similar kind of thing, and it has to do with learning to live gracefully with uncertainty. Just let that uncertainty be. If you have to assess it, then assess it with probability, not with certainty. In other words, say, well, this is 80% likely to be true and 20% likely to be false, and let it go at that. Don't feel the need to decide whether it's true or false. Let it be somewhere in between and live with the uncertainty. All right, when it comes to Healing, what we're doing there is we're changing future probability with our intent. That's basically all it is. We're using the tools in healing and diagnosing in order to help us focus that intent. Again, the only active ingredient is conscious intent. The rest of it is tools. Remote viewing, we're getting data from a database. When you get data from a database, you ask a query, you intend a query, and you get an answer back. We're used to having to wait a while before the answer comes back. When you ask a question to somebody, they have to think about it, then they give you an answer back. There's a little delay there. There's very little delay with this database, much faster than your computer. When you ask a question, it's there. So the very first thing that comes into your mind, that's the answer. That's why often just a few seconds is really all you need. And if you take a few minutes, you just confuse yourself. So the answer will come very quickly, will pop into your head. Often it comes so fast that that's a problem. People aren't ready to listen yet because they're not expecting anything that quickly. Ask the question and it's there. Just as you've finished the question, the answer already has arrived. Just accept what you get. Write it down on the paper. Draw a picture of it or whatever. Get the feel of it and accept that. Okay, when it comes to making contact, the things you can do with making a contact, if it's a contact with somebody who's here in an avatar, you can make a contact with them. Okay, it's telepathy, telepathic contact. You put yourself in a quiet state where you let the surroundings go, and that's what we'll do here. You'll see, as soon as you start the process of doing the exercises, you'll see almost immediately the rest of the world will drop away and you'll be just focused on your process. Even though we haven't done any rituals to do that, you'll find that very easily will take place all by itself. When you talk to somebody telepathically, it's not about the words, it's about the intent, it's about the paragraph, it's about the content. It's not so much linear processing words as it is the quality and the content of the thought. The other person, depends on how sensitive they are, will probably hear it as their own intuition. They will hear your ideas as their own ideas, something they think about, something that just pops into their mind to consider. So you see, that's a powerful tool. If you talk to people in a way that it's about them, not about you, it's about them. You really want to help them, not tell them what they need to do, but help them make their own choices. Help them understand that, you care about them. Help them understand that maybe there's more choices than they know about. Help them explore the possibilities, but not in a way of manipulation of their choice, but just in a way of giving them security, love, kind of a strong foundation, and information that they can use to make their own decisions. So it has to be kind of unbiased, non-manipulative energy. If you do that, you'll find that they will accept it. They will take that on, and they will process it. Whether they know it intellectually or not, they'll get the message. If, on the other hand, your message is manipulative, they will hear that, but they won't necessarily take it on. They're likely to reject it, or to block it, or to go do just the opposite. A typical defensive approach is to do just the opposite. So you want to approach with love, with caring, and make it about them, not about yourself. Non-manipulative. There's a couple of things that we can do to with this. One, you can talk, say, to an ancestor or a friend, somebody who's dead. We probably all know somebody who's passed away, whether it's family member or friend or some you know, famous person, whatever, it doesn't matter. But we're going to communicate, okay, to such a person. And when you do, you can have conversation, but just listen, ask questions, listen. Don't try to make something of it. Don't try to decide whether it's real or not. Don't decide whether you're making it up or not. Just listen, just get it. And you can communicate emotionally as well as verbally. Okay. Right, so we might as well do these one at a time. So let's do that first. Find someone deceased. Think of somebody deceased in your experience. Somebody that you have maybe a specific question or something that you would like to understand, or some unfinished business that you'd like to conclude, or some closure you'd like to have. And I'll give you about 2, maybe 3 minutes. I'll give you a little longer with this because conversations take a little more time. So maybe I'll even give you more than that. But what I suggest you do, which you don't have to do any of this, is to close your eyes, because that will immediately take out a great deal of the bandwidth of your data processing. Okay? If you close your eyes, you don't have to do relaxation. You just have to relax. You're going to experiment. You're just going to see what happens. So think of now, before you start the process, of who you'd like to connect with, somebody who's deceased, and you just have an idea of what it is you want to do. What's your point? You just want to see if they're there? That's not such a good idea. But if you have something to share with them, something to interact with them, something to give, perhaps. Okay, so take the next few minutes to communicate with an ancestor, a family, or friend. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up, and when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, how many people felt they were successful in making some sort of a communication? About 50%. How many people wonder whether it was real or not? Yeah, that's an issue you need to let go of. Just accept that it is real. It's all real. Okay. Was it useful? Was it a meaningful communication? Something that had value in it? Anybody have value in it that they got? Yeah. Okay. Quite a few people did. Okay. That's what's important. Is it real or not? You have to learn that all information is real. Okay. Anybody have questions about it? Have issues or things that happened or things that didn't happen? Something they want to talk about? How are we going to do that? Can you get them a mic? Yeah.
I felt a little resistance, I felt a contact, but I didn't feel anything that started a conversation. It was like refusing a conversation.
So the contact didn't want to talk to you?
Yes. Yes.
Well, I guess that's their free will, huh? No, I'm not sure why that would happen. It could be, I don't know, it could be your intent or maybe your hesitancy or your belief that maybe it's not real could have manifested in the fact that you couldn't get the information. That's probably the most likely case, but it also may have been that the system didn't think it would be profitable. It might have been a connection that you do better without. I don't know. That's a rare thing. I haven't heard that before, where they sort of made a connection and they were there all right, they just didn't want to talk. Yeah. Yes, pass the mic here.
I tried to talk to my father, who died like 25 years ago, and I felt that my emotions came in the way. So I haven't cried for a long time. So was it a contact?
Oh yes, it's real. Yes, that's a contact. It's all real. You had the experience. You made the connection. There was an emotional exchange. You had feelings involved. All that's real. These weren't fake feelings. These are real feelings. What the data you got triggered these feelings, the information exchange. That's all real. There is no such thing as fake data. We get data, it's real. So you interact with it, you connect with it, you go. And the only question is that you'll ask later is, was it a good thing? And I suspect it was a good thing because you
for me maybe,
yeah, for you.
get it out.
Yes, of course, a good thing for you. Yeah. Okay, there's one more back here.
Tom, I really feel very strongly, it may be my imagination, but I was making contact with a sister of mine who passed many years ago. And I inquired of her if she had reincarnated. and if she had, where geographically she was, and if she was in a male or a female body. And then this flow started. It was quite precise that she was a school girl in Cork, and she was on her way to the park to feed the ducks. And I asked if she had siblings, and she said that she had two older sisters, and they were the ones who were bringing her to the park. But like, this has never happened before. It seemed quite...
The key question is, how did you feel about it? What were your feelings when you were involved in it? Not thinking about it later, but just involved in it at the time.
Almost disbelief, but I think really well. I didn't doubt it, but
It's real.
brilliant.
Take the answer
Brilliant.
and let that be. Accept it, that is the answer you got.
Thank
You don't have to judge it. You see, we tend to want to judge it and think that, oh, what if it was my imagination? That's the answer you got. It meant something to you. Now you can work on that.
The interesting thing was the location was really unusual, and it was Cork in the south of Ireland, which we would have had no contact with as one of the locations.
Yeah. And that's maybe one small bit of evidence that you didn't make it up, because if you were making it up, you wouldn't have picked that, you see. So the probability, if we want to look at is it accurate? The probability is this information you get is very, very likely to be accurate. You may not have proof of its accuracy, but it's very likely to be accurate. Even your own intuition is part of your consciousness that connects to things. So even if you're connecting with your intuition and in a sense talking to yourself, it doesn't mean that isn't accurate. When you say that it comes maybe from you, doesn't mean that it isn't accurate. You are also connected to this database. So I'd say that there's a very high probability that you got your question answered. And that is the way it is.
Ich habe meine Schwägerin getroffen, die ist gestorben vor ein paar Monaten. Ich sollte für sie so eine Sache erledigen. Und
She met a relative of her, and she was supposed to do something for her.
habe ich natürlich versprochen. Aber als sie kam, dann kam noch eine Person, so eine ehemalige Klientin. Und da habe ich gesagt, nee, ich bin erstmal mit meiner Schwägerin verabredet.
And when she was talking to the relative, another person came and she said, "No, I'm now talking to my relative. I'm not I cannot talk to you now."
Ja, und die hat sich entfernt. Ich habe ihr auch versprochen, das nächste Mal.
I said, "The next time I talk to you."
Mm-hmm. Yes, that'll happen quite often. It's typical that one thing will lead to the next, will lead to the next. That's why I say always engage. And you should follow up on that so that there is a next time, and that you do then eventually talk to that other person. That's the point. These are not just one-shot things to do once and then walk away from it and say, oh, wasn't that interesting? You know, it's not parlor games we're playing. We're really making a connection to the database that's in the larger conscious system. And you should go back there again and continue talking to your relative, and if this person shows up, take some time to talk to them too. And if you don't have the time, then go back again. You know, work with it. See what that other person has to say. What sort of message do they have? Who are they, and what do they want to talk about? And maybe you'll find out it was just a distraction and nothing comes of it at all. But you may find it's very significant. So you just explore all the various paths that open up to you, and do this over, do it 4 or 5, 10 times until you get a sense of what's going on. By the time you're at your 10th time, you may have 6 or 7 people you're acting with, and it'll get more and more interesting and more useful, hopefully.
Ich vermute, worüber sie reden wollte. Ich leite eine Art von Hypnose, Life Between Life. Und das ist eben die Klientin, die in diese Hypnose von mir bekommen hat. Vielleicht wollte sie berichten, dass da wirklich dort so ist, wie sie in der Sitzung erlebt hat. Ich weiß es nicht, aber ich wäre sehr neugierig auf ihre Berichte, auf jeden Fall.
So the other person was a client from her, and she now has a sense of what she wanted to talk about hypnosis institute she's leading. So she has a sense of it. This other person, what she wanted to talk.
Okay.
And
So
I also wanted to say something. I had contact. I don't know how much it is real or wishful thinking about a schizophrenic woman who just suicided herself, and it was very quick. My mind is very quick, so it was very quick, like healing process, and I didn't want to contact her as the person here, but where she is now in the world after this, and I found there were two parts of her. One part was more conscious, and the other one was in a somehow captured in a prison. And so I lifted her up to a higher sphere, and afterwards I got tickling sensation all over my body. So I felt this might be a confirmation for that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you won't know unless you pursue it. Continue. And eventually you'll be able to understand kind of the context of these things better just with more experience. So it opens up a whole new realm of places that you can be and interact, data that you can receive. That's kind of the point. It like gives you a larger reality to live in, this being able to communicate like that. Now you're not just limited to the people here in bodies. You can interact with a lot of other things and make choices, such as a choice to say, well, not now, I'll talk to you later. So you're making choices. And any place you make choices, in any reality frame you're making choices, whether it's here or whether in your dreams or in and out of body or wherever you're making choices, those choices will help you evolve. So it's real, it's meaningful, and it helps your understanding. You now have probably a little bigger idea of what it means to be schizophrenic, where there's a part of you that's like in prison. And that is expanding your own awareness. So as we do these things, it's not, is it real, but did I learn anything? Did I get some information that was useful or helpful? And I'd say that was very helpful, to have the kind of an inside view of what's going on inside of a schizophrenic's head. And yes, that's probably the way she was. There was probably a part of her that was free, and most of it was probably in jail. She was driven, did not have good control over her own free will. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, we got one more. Okay, let's do that.
Does the symbolic of the communication is changing from person to person? Like when I made the contact, my father gave me a fruit, and does the meaning of that? I know the meaning of the fruit. Does the meaning of the symbolic is changing from contact to contact, from person to person?
That was a question?
Okay.
Okay.
The symbolic,
Yeah.
symbolic. When I get a symbol, does it change when I do another contact?
Oh,
Or-
yes, it could change.
Okay.
Yes, okay. It could change. The symbols won't always be the same, but they will probably be metaphors that you're familiar with. So it may not be fruit all the time because you know what that meant. You see, that's a metaphor that means something to you, but it could be some other metaphor that also means something to you. You will probably not get information in metaphors that you don't understand. In other words, the communication is for you, and it should be in terms of symbols and metaphors that you will understand, but they won't always be the same. Okay. Hand up in the back. You got a mic? Okay, then we'll move on after this last one.
Yeah, hi Tom. I just went straight to that healing process with one girl in my mind, an old girlfriend of mine. She has a heart problem. And I just took out my laser beam and wanted to heal her. Had her as a white figure with a black spot. And while I was doing that, similar to that story before, another person popped up with a stomach problem. So I just put them both in a row, like between, and healed them both, like did the laser all over them. Is it confusing then, the larger consciousness system, if I do it on both? I did the coordination right, as good as I can, but is it confusing or is it possible?
No, yeah, it's possible. Sure, you can do things in multiple ways. There's no restrictions on how you interpret or how you do it or the tools that you use. There's some restriction on your own capacity to do how many things at once and still have, you know, good clarity and focus with all of them, but there's no restrictions. All of that is fine. Okay, let's go on. What I hopefully did is open up for you a sense that there's really more to this reality, more space in which you can act, so that your decision space can grow a little bit and realize that death isn't a barrier that you can't cross. You can cross that barrier, and oftentimes there's something to learn there, something that's important to you. All right, the next thing we want to do with contact is imparting a suggestion to another person. Okay. Now with this one we can have a little fun, or we can make it useful. The idea is to take somebody that you're close to, somebody that you know, somebody within the next day or two you're going to run into them and talk to them, and we'll maybe get a little evidential data on this one. It's hard to get evidential data on talking to dead people because, you know, where's the proof, right? But you can get a little evidential data with this kind of a contact. And think of somebody you know well enough that you can talk with them and interact with them, and it'll be okay because they're good friends of yours. And impart a suggestion that you will be able to then to see whether or not they got your message or not. So you're going to give them a message and then ask them later to see if you got it. Now, one of the things you might do is just impart a suggestion like, the color is red, and just repeat that. The color is red. Okay. Remember this, the color is red. And then when you see them the next day, just ask them, what is the color? And see if they say red. You see? It's just imparting a suggestion, and that's a way you can test it. Now, Pamela did this with a girlfriend of hers, just playing around one day, just because she was feeling mischievous. And this is a friend of our family that we've known her for like 30 years. And anyway, this lady always wears the button blouses. She's a professional, so she goes to work, and usually the first couple of buttons are undone. And Pamela said, you need to button the next button up. You need to button one more button. It's just playing with her a little. And she told her this 4 or 5 times, you need to button that next button up. And she saw her a couple of days later and said, Peggy, did you find anything unusual? Maybe it had to do with, your clothes or whatever, 2 days ago. And the result was, she says, yes. She says, I suddenly felt that there was something wrong with my clothes. There was something I didn't do right, and I was looking to see, did everything match? Was it okay? I had this sense that there was something wrong with my blouse. So I unbuttoned the next button down. And that fixed it. So she did just the opposite, because when it came right to it, she didn't want to button that next button up. That wasn't what she wanted to do. So it was easier for her and more acceptable to unbutton the next one down. So that kind of thing is what I'm thinking of. Just something that will then be evidential, that you can go tomorrow or the next day and see whether or not your target person got the message. So you can do these things just to convince yourself that it does work. So in this case, take the next couple of minutes to find someone, think of someone, and impart a suggestion to them. Now you could just do something like tell them you love them. Tell them you love them. Tell them you care. Maybe you could apologize because you had a big argument or something. And if you go see them and then bring that up, I think you could tell whether or not some resolution had taken place in the meantime. So it could be something like that, but just something that you could maybe have some evidence with. Okay? Take the next few minutes to impart a suggestion to someone. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, the next thing we're going to do is speak to somebody with whom you need to have a heart-to-heart discussion. It could be somebody that you really have a hard time having a discussion with in person. And if indeed this heart-to-heart is about them and not about you getting them to agree with you or getting to manipulate them in any way, I think you will find that it's a very powerful way to communicate with another person with whom you have connection, whether that connection means issues or love. This is a way to tell somebody that you love them, a way to tell somebody that you support them, a way to work out differences, if you will. But it needs to all be done in a very positive way. No negative thinking here. All very positive thinking. That person will get your message, whether they reject it, recoil from it, or embrace it, has to do with whether or not it's about them. It's about caring for them, letting them make their own choices and come to their own conclusions. Okay? If that's the case, then they will probably embrace it, or at least accept that information and think about it. They will probably hear it as their own intuition. It's a great way to talk to your teenagers. Yeah, great way to talk to your teenagers. Whereas if you come in person and they have to say no and go the other direction just because that's what stage they're in. They're in the stage of being themselves, being independent. And if you tell them to do this, they'll have to do that, just so that they're not taking orders, they're doing it their own way. That's important to teenagers. So having a heart-to-heart with them in this way is a way that you can communicate fundamentally without creating adverse reactions. And it might be a parent that you have issues with, that you maybe just want to say, okay, everything's all right, I understand. Peace, love, that sort of thing. But that's the kind of heart-to-heart, where it's a discussion that needs to happen, but it's hard for it to take place. All right, spend the next few minutes. I'll give you a little more time on this because this is a little more in depth. Speak with somebody with whom you need to have a heart-to-heart discussion. Have that discussion. Okay, take the next 30 seconds to finish up what you're doing. And when you're finished, open your eyes. Okay, what a neat way to communicate with somebody, where you can just directly go right to the source, right to their mind, and leave a message. But you also have a conversation. I don't know that if you tried that or not, but it's just as easy to have a conversation with that person. Ask them questions, and you'll get the answers back. So it's not just leaving a message, but it's also having a conversation, because they can impart things to you as well, where you can understand how they feel about things, which is also good for you teenagers, to understand somebody else's point of view and their feelings. So again, it adds just another dimension to the reality that you live in. Now you live in a reality where you can talk to dead people, and you can have conversations with people anywhere, any distance, any part of the planet, at any time, and they will get the message. They'll get it in their intuition. Okay, anybody have any things that they feel like would be good to share about that before we go on to other things? Have something that's particularly meaningful, or a process, or questions, or something worth sharing? You look like you have something to share. You.
I can share.
Okay. Do we have a mic? Where's our mic person? Keith, you're walking in the wrong direction, I think. Unless you, oh no, there's a hand up back there. Okay.
Hello. I had a hard time with a person who's really close to me and whom I meet every day. I tried to tell her that she doesn't have to act, because almost everything she does is acting. Even the hello and everything is acting, is not real. And I'm having a hard time to be around her. I want to be around her because she's a really close person. But I'm having a hard time to be around her and be myself, being real, as I get sucked into this, acting that she wants from me, she's expecting from me. And how can I get out of this? You know, that's the question I have. How can I be in harmony with her?
Well, to begin with, from what you've told us, all of it was about you, not about her. It was about your issues with her and what she needs to do to be the way you want her to be, the way you need her to be, the way you know is right for her. That isn't going to work very well. If you were going to be about her, you would go and try to tell her that she has a lot to offer, that she's a wonderful person, and she can just express herself and be whoever she is, and that would be okay. That would be acceptable. She doesn't have to act in order to get people to like her. You could explain to her how much she brings to the table, how much value she adds just by being her, just by existing. Convince her of her significance, of her worth, of her value. Because people who are always acting, it's because they don't feel inside worthy enough to be themselves. They have to act to be somebody more worthy of attention or love or caring or friendship. And they feel really small and insignificant and unworthy and insecure. So what you would do is not to tell her how much that annoys you, but to tell her how wonderful she is. And if she just lets that wonderfulness shine, that would be wonderful for everybody, for her and for everybody else. And it doesn't have to be about you at all. It just is about her and her feeling less insecure and more whole. So if you'd focused on those things, then she might get that message and would give her a little bit of strength to be herself. But when you focus on the problems that she has rather than the strength that she has, all you're doing is reinforcing the problem. You're reinforcing in her mind that she has a problem. And this problem is causing problems to other people, which then makes her problem worse because she's only like that to get other people to like her, you see. And that will make her feel more like shrinking into her own whole. So that's the thing. When you talk, that's what I meant when I said it has to be about the other person. So the thing is, to do this and to make it work, it has to be about others. It can't be about yourself. It has to be about what they need. You're trying to help them find what they need. You're trying to help them to find their own solutions, which means you're trying to give them strength. You're trying to give them security. You're trying to tell them what fine people they are. You're trying to somehow build them up to the point that they can be more genuine, more honest, because they feel like they're worth something. If you feel like you're worthless inside, then you have to always be putting on an act. So that's the difference. So that's probably why it didn't work. You approached it from the negative side, from the problem. Here's the problem. You don't want to approach it from the problem side. You want to approach it from the, here's what I can give to you. Here's something that will help you, be in such a way that the problem disappears. So you're not working toward a particular solution. You're just working to give that person more of what they need to be more of who they want to be. So it's all about them.
Can I follow up on this?
Yes, go ahead.
Because that would be acting from my side, I guess. And I think there's a fear inside me to get tricked maybe or something. And that's a question. How can I get rid of this fear?
Well, the way we get rid of fears, there's only one antidote for fear, and that's courage. You have to have an intent to get over it, an intent to let it go. You have to be focused in a way that you catch yourself when you are responding out of that fear. Stop yourself and respond some other way. At first, this all takes place out of your intellect. But eventually, as long as your intent is that you want to change fundamentally and get rid of the fear, eventually you will. You'll put intent to that, in that probability of doing that. It'll work. So you just have to keep the fear in mind. You've already owned it and said, this is my fear. That's step one. You've already taken that. The next is that you realize and say, well, where does this fear get me? What's it been doing in my life? And you look at it and you can see how it pushes you to say things and do things that are not productive. You see how the fear gets in your way. So spend a little time with that, understanding how this fear gets in your way, and makes your life less optimal than it could be. And then have the courage to not do it. Catch yourself doing it and stop. And just keep working on that, and eventually it'll go away. And what you'll find is these fears are generally have no substance to them. They're just attachments that we have. And once you begin to beat the fear doesn't turn out to be a problem anyway. It just disappears and turns to smoke, like it was no substance there. So that's the process for getting rid of your fear. It's a long process. Don't expect it to be done in a week. Hopefully it'll be done in 6 months or maybe a year. But if you keep working on it, a problem is people will be enthused. They'll work on it for the next 2 weeks and then they'll forget about it. They're kind of done with that now. Move on to something else. And that's not the way this works. It really needs to be a part of your life, not just something you do for a few weeks.
Thank you.
Over here, second row, close to the window. She had such a big smile on her face that I knew she had something to share.
Thank you. It was a good experience. The tears is of a joy. Sometimes when I doing my work or meditations, I meet some kind of bird. I don't know what kind of bird. And we have a relationship. And this time I was the bird. And I love it to feel these wings and wow, wow, wow. And I was confusing for a little time if it was I'm sitting on the bird or I'm the bird. So I looked at the head and I saw me with, it was good. It was good because I felt like I'm with the wind. I have a conversation with the wind, like it's a dancing with the wind spirit. Wind spirit, to meet whatever I need or want or supposed to meet. And I was looking about something that it's really on earth bothering me. And from that perspective, I saw something that I couldn't see down on earth. And it was releasing, so I have this kind of understanding about whatever I see, it's part of me somehow.
Mm-hmm.
It was in the experience, not just I can understand it, but the experience was strong. And this is more or less, so thank you for the opportunity, and I have no question. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, often that's a very nice experience of not only the flying and the bird, of course that's kind of a metaphor, but you're connected with kind of the larger reality, and that sense of being a part of everything, that you and everything else are just one thing, and you understand everything. You understand the grass growing and the birds flying and everything else you're a part of, and it's all right. Everything in its place, and everything is perfect as it is. And that's a very beautiful experience to have. And it's a true experience, and that is really the way it is. We just only get that experience every once in a while. But we are connected to everything. We are a part of everything. And we can feel that some special times. And it's always a wonderful kind of experience. It leaves you very smiley. Mm-hmm. Okay.
I just had a quick follow-up question on communicating, because you said, sorry, when I just send a message to someone, that might pop up in that person's head as an intuition, but if I ask a question, I might get some feedback. So I'm sitting here concentrating on this, so I probably have a strong intent, but the other person right now might be doing, I don't know, might be watching television.
Sure.
So what I get back in response to my question, could that also be just a probable answer from some database, or would that necessarily have to be really something from that person's mind that that person might then also, or should also necessarily be able to remember then? So next time I meet the person
yes.
in person.
You would get a response from that person just as if that person were paying attention to you and having a conversation with you. So, you know, your question about is that part of the database? Well, that person is a database. So are you, and so am I. We are information, and we are free will. We're memory. We're a probability. That's what we are in this information system. So what you would be talking to, if you want a metaphor that makes it easier to process, is what you would be talking to would be that person's, you know, you can call it their higher self if you want, or a part of that person that is not engaged in watching TV or driving a car or whatever they might be doing. Okay, you'd be talking to them in a form that they are more than one thing. They're multidimensional. They've got their focus here, okay, they're driving a car, they're having a conversation, or doing something else, and they may be fully focused on that, which means they won't get it in their intellect, because their intellect is busy. But there's more to them than that. They're multidimensional, all of us are. And you'll be talking to another part of them that is still them, and still listening, and will still get the message. The other person will get it, like I say, as their intuition. But what you get back from them will be what's really them. Now, yes, it's a database, but yes, it's them. It's all part of the same thing. It's not really a database, I should say, but it is information. You're getting information from them, from the information that defines them.
So that could mean that I could have a really meaningful conversation with them this way, that they would not necessarily need to intellectually remember.
Right.
But still it could change our relationship.
Absolutely. Yes. Can change your relationship entirely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because they'll get the message. They'll just get it at an intuitive level, not an intellectual level. And it doesn't matter what they're doing. It doesn't matter if they're sleeping or, you know, engaged in something else. But it's an actual conversation that is going on between two consciousnesses, and it makes a difference to both.
Hello. So I was doing my heart talk, and I started feeling pain in my heart, and then my heart was hurting physically as well, really strongly. So why is that? And should I do more heart talk to have it less? To feel it less. To feel less pain.
What were you doing that when your heart started to hurt?
I was talking to my dad, and I was telling him that I love him. And because we have a hard relationship.
Mm-hmm. Well, that you felt your heart physically starting to hurt is just a metaphor for you hurting because of that relationship. Evidently there's pain in that relationship, and it's a pain of the heart. It's a pain that you manifested then. That hurt in your heart was a physical metaphor for what was going on in consciousness. And I would say that, you know, it's not like your heart's actually going to have a problem, because the pain really wasn't your heart. It just felt that way as a manifestation of your connection with your father. So I'd say you need to do this more often. You need to have these talks and make these connections, and just go slowly, just like you would if it was your father there. You know, just go slowly. Maybe do a little small talk first, you know, how's the weather, you know, that sort of thing. Develop a little rapport, then get into a little more meaty things that are important, and do it again and again until you actually have struck up a really good rapport and conversation. So, yes, I suspect your father also felt that tightness, and his mind probably went to yours, and both of you kind of choked a little bit, but just keep working at that, and it will resolve itself to where the conversations can flow nicely.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I talked to a very good friend of mine, and he had a hard time since the day he was born, I think, and our relationship all the time was very intellectual, and so now I try to tell him that I love him, and I said it a lot of time face to face, but I don't know, I said it in another way now.
Mm-hmm.
And a few seconds before you said 30 seconds, and then you, in the time when you said it, I realized, oh my God, I was not talking anymore to him. There was a picture and of a man who's running away from a dog, and I said, what was that? And it was just for a moment the fear. I think this good friend of mine always tried to tell me in an intellectual way that he's always on the run and he's always in struggle. And yes, but it was so not intellectual. It was very cool. A picture, and now, yes, for a moment I said, oh, okay, he's running all the time. And it was heart to heart, maybe.
Yeah. So don't let this be the only time you do this. You know, these are things that you should and can do daily. Connect with people. People are important. Relationships are really important. And if you can connect in a loving way where it's about them, your relationships will get better with people. You can connect them in a way. If you talk to this person and just say, I love you, they might say, oh yeah, she says that a lot, doesn't mean anything, you know, kind of brush it off, not take it. But when you talk to them mind to mind like this, it's not so easy to brush off because his intellect's not engaged. You see, that intellect will brush it off because he doesn't want to process that data beneath an intellectual level because that's too scary if he actually got down into feelings and emotions and things. So you keep it up on an intellectual level so the intellect refuses to process it any deeper. But when you talk consciousness to consciousness, it gets processed right down to the bottom of the being level. So you get a deeper connection that way because you basically it's an end run around the intellect. That intellect isn't there to be in the way anymore. That's what makes this so useful. You know, like talking to your teenager, you know, it's the same thing. If you try to talk to your teenager, somebody who's, let's say, 14, 15 years old and convince them of anything, you know, it's almost impossible because their intellect is pushing away because they want to make their own decisions. They want to exercise their own free will because that's the transition between child and adult, and what they're learning to do is to make their own decisions and exert their own free will. So talking to them directly is just problematical because of the age they are. Talking to them consciousness to consciousness, you cut through all that stuff. They don't have to have that reaction. So that's what makes it a very fine tool. But again, one to be used carefully. If you try to use this to convince your boss to give you a raise, it will probably backfire. Your boss will probably get the idea that you are a manipulative kind of person and probably don't deserve the position. So just use it for good things in a good way. Okay. The last thing we're going to do with making contact is take the next few minutes to ask the larger consciousness system for specific guidance about your growth path. How should you proceed? What's your optimum way of growing? Are the things you're doing good things to do, or should you maybe be doing something else? what's kind of your best direction for growing up? What are the things you need to learn most? Where are your problem areas? These kinds of things. Just ask the larger conscious system to help you with your growth. Okay, you have about 10 or 30 seconds to wind up what you're doing, finish that conversation. And when you're done, open your eyes. All right, one of the things you may found is that, one, this isn't just you getting information. Again, this is not a spectator sport. It's not that you're there and things give you, this is an interaction. When you're having this conversation, you have to interact. You have to, somebody says, well, maybe you need to do this, and you might say, really, I need that? Why so? You know, have a conversation. It's an interactive process. Many times people make it a spectator sport. They just expect, you know, like going to a movie. You just sit in a seat and things happen in front of you. You need to interact. The second thing you may have found is that it's harder when the subject is you, because it's harder to keep your ego out of the conversation. And that's something you'll just have to work with, is taking that ego and setting it aside and then asking questions like, where's my optimal growth path? Because that ego will want to be right in the conversation all the time. So it's a more difficult thing to do than it is really to connect with somebody else. Connecting with about yourself, when you're the subject, the ego wants to be at the table. So, anybody have anything they'd like to share with this one? Any major thing? We have one here.
I found it interesting that the first thought that popped into my mind was love. I asked this question and immediately love popped into my head. So I think that this was the answer and the way for me. I found that was very interesting.
Could you come up, did that give you some sense of where you need to go?
Yes, because sometimes I have a problem with this, not to do. I think it's something I want to reach. I want to love everyone. I want to accept everyone, but sometimes it's very hard. Maybe I was reinforced into the belief that I have to actually work on this.
Okay, person next to you there. That's convenient.
Yeah, for me it was so, the first time I get not an answer, so I search in the intellectual, okay, where is the space I have to do the next one? And then there comes an answer that I have to connect really on the being level. Not so that when I have a connection to people, that's very intellectual. So that I really get, that is also that I go the risk that I got hurt. So that is okay. So that I only get use all the information, my big toe and all other stuff to be a little bit intellectual in a higher level, so that I start to really connect to the people and to the persons and to and on the being level. So that was really amazing information. So it was a little, I searched first and then that intellectual part, no answer, and then it's still, and then it comes in huge information part on this level.
Yeah, that's good. That's a very excellent thing to do on your path to growing up, is to start becoming more aware, one, that you have a being level, and getting acquainted with that being level, and then living your life out of that being level. Certainly interacting with people on that being level. That intellect often becomes a filter to filter out all the things you're afraid of.
Yeah, and I get an answer on it that I want to have my rest or something, my peace, that other are disturbing, and then I know, okay, this is a fear to overcome.
Yes.
To really get to connection, and not that the people are disturbing, that the people are and the person are getting, it's enrichment and for the being connection.
Yes.
I have to work on it.
So it was an ongoing dialogue, sort of fine-tuning what I'm already doing, tips how to improve. But in the middle of this conversation, my heart started beating really fast. I started feeling pressure between the eyebrows, and sort of powerful, with big impact came the message that you do a lot of things, which is a good way, but the most important thing if you is to learn to become less, to be easier on yourself and be fine with being simple, let go, be fine with being nobody. Don't try to be so much too ambitious. And at the end I have asked, should I share it or not? And I get the answer that do as you wish, but the most importantly, take it to the heart, this message.
Yeah. So it sounds like a message to be authentic. Just be who you are and not try to be more.
And my heart is still beating very fast.
I can hear it.
Dear Tom, I have a short question, and what I'm trying to do is actually basically trying to get a still state in my mind, and I feel that I actually achieving this. I can feel that I have the ability to somehow restrict thought to some extent, and at the same time I also have a kind of a sensation behind my behind my third eye, I believe, that I'm actually having the feeling I'm in a good state. However, for me it's a little bit difficult to discern while I'm still to let thought or conversation come in, because I'm actually trying to be still and I'm trying to back off all the thoughts which are disturbing me. And so I'm literally always, when we are trying to do this, I have no, it's stillness, there's nothing. So and I'm a little bit in a not conflict.
I see that.
I need some fine tuning or maybe some pointer from you if you have any suggestion.
Yeah, you have taken the meditation to heart. You're meditating with such force. The meditation says all thoughts gone, all thoughts gone. Okay, that's a tool to teach you how to get rid of your thoughts, how your mind can be disciplined and only focus on what you want it to focus on. But you have to, it's not the way you should be. It's just a tool for learning something, okay? You don't have to take that in as a life's goal. It's a tool for learning how to control your thoughts and your mind. But you're controlling the thoughts for a reason, not just to control them. The idea isn't to control them because you want to control them. It's to control them to give you the mental space that you can focus your intent with clarity and with power. But you're having a hard time with that intent doing anything other than just keeping the thoughts out, because you're so focused on the meditation says this is what you need to do. So you're doing that, and that's become like part of your ritual, part of your belief is to get rid of the thoughts. No, I can't let thoughts in. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm supposed to be keeping my thoughts out. And if I don't keep my thoughts out, I won't be in a good state. And if I'm not in a good state, then I'm not going to be able to do this stuff anyway. So you see, you get yourself into a cycle that you're kind of chasing your tail and not able to catch it. And then it gets frustrating. So you realize that your meditation's just a tool that you can use. All right, I've learned how to keep my mind quiet. Fine. Now when you get to that state where your mind's quiet, let go of your meditation. Just remain there, no longer meditating, in a state with your mind quiet. You don't have to police your thoughts. Just, they won't come. They're just not there anymore. You don't have to keep policing them. Now you can do what you want with that mind. You can focus it in a way that suits you, to communicate, to heal, to do other things. So separate the meditation from the rest of your life. That point consciousness state that I talk about, where you're just a point of consciousness floating in the void, that's the doorway to everything else. You should be able to just get there and be there with no thoughts coming in. If no thoughts are trying to sneak in, then you don't have to keep keeping them out. You see, they should just be kind of banished, go away and stay away, so you don't have to police that anymore. Now use your intent to do something, to connect in some way, to find information that you need. So that's kind of a belief, a focus that is hard for you to let go of. So you need to let the thought stay away, and if a thought does come in, you just set it out. But you don't have to say, I can't think. There's a difference between thoughts coming in of their own volition, thoughts out of control, thoughts just random things, and the thought that you're trying to do. The stuff you're trying to do is good. The stuff that you're not trying to do, but it's just noise in the background, is not good. So kind of make that separation.
Thank you.
Thank you. The first part of my experience was, me asking questions and somebody saying, yeah, you are on the right direction, William. Everything you do is good. But I felt that maybe it was my ego. And the second part was this picture of, orange, like butterfly creature coming with this kind of catty eyes and trying to give me this information, saying that I'm your guide. I felt maybe it was something authentic. And I was trying, and the picture got like a little bit, less and more clear time by time. And then I was trying to ask, okay, what is your name? But I didn't get the right answer, but I felt that maybe this connection will continue in my future. Is it something real or it's my mind?
It's one or the other. It doesn't matter.
I'll find out.
Yes, you'll find out. Yeah, it's one or the other. Just keep working with it and see where it goes. See how useful it is. But don't write it off or give it less credibility right from the beginning. Work with it for whatever it is, or for wherever it came from, and see what happens with it. But just in the beginning, that probably was your ego. That's what our ego will tell us when we say, well, what do I have to do next? And it says, oh, you don't have anything to do next. You're almost perfect the way you are. What you should do next is go take a nap, and then get a massage. That's your ego that tells you those sorts of things. Yeah. If that's what you hear, then that's probably where it's coming from. That's why I say that's a difficult thing to do, to ask questions about your own path, because that ego wants to jump right into that conversation. And it's a harder process.
Yeah, a question that continues to come up for me with all these questions that we had, and the feedback is the currency of exchange. Is it information or is it energy? And what's the relationship?
Okay, information or energy. Energy doesn't really exist, it's a metaphor. Information is real. So it's information. But this is a virtual reality, and there's virtual energy here. Imagine a simulation that scientists and chemists could get together to do to understand the amount of energy in a stick of dynamite. So they're going to simulate it rather than actually blowing something up, because that's expensive and somebody might get hurt. They're going to simulate it. So they have a simulation and they deal with things like temperature, pressure waves, debris being slung. They can model all that sort of thing. So here is, on the computer, is dynamite blowing up in various situations, various environments, and the damage it does. Well, that's a simulation. That's virtual energy. This is a simulation, and our energy is virtual energy as well. There really is no such thing as energy. Energy is a metaphor. We like to use the metaphor because the word energy as a metaphor means something that can change something else. That defines energy. Something that does work. Okay, it takes energy to do work. So if you're going to change something, then it requires energy. So I tell people, how are you going to heal? Well, put energy in it. Okay, it's a metaphor. The way people use their light beams to heal, that's another metaphor for a light beam, like laser, different kind of energy, because it changes things. So we use energy as a metaphor. It's a very good metaphor, but it's virtual energy. What's real is information. What's real to us, because this is a consciousness system. Consciousness is an information system. Information is what's fundamentally real. That's the only thing that's fundamentally real. That's why I say it doesn't matter if it comes from your imagination or anyplace else. It's information, it's real. You get to make choices because of it. Even if it's a butterfly that talks to you, you can make choices with that. You interact with it, and every choice you make, no matter in what state you are, whether it's in your imagination, you know, you're imagining that you're giving a talk in front of hundreds of people, whether it's that, whether it's a dream, whether it's here, every time you make a decision in any reality frame, you have a chance to evolve or de-evolve. That decision, that choice is important. So all those realities are real. They all do the same thing. They all give you an opportunity to make choices and to grow up or not, to lower your entropy or not. So deciding that these reality frames are real and these are just imaginary and these aren't real, these are fake, the dreams aren't real, that's a misunderstanding. That's because we're committed to materialism, and this material reality is a real one and everything else is not so real. So the whole question of is it real is really not a good question. They're all real. You can make choices in all of them. You have to choose what you're going to say to that butterfly. And depending on the choices you make, it can be helpful or it can be hurtful. So all of it's real. All of it's important. All of it's significant. And is it useful? That's the question. Is the information I got useful information? And the point is that you won't know until after you've been, immersed in it for a while, after you have enough data to decide that. And we want to make that decision right up in the front. You hear people, well, I had this, but I don't know if it's real. You see, we want to make that decision. And it's important to us to know that it's real and we're not walking down la-la land, into some imaginative thing that'll end up being silly. We don't want to do that. We have fears about doing that, and because we're afraid we might end up in some silly space that isn't working for us, it's not good space, we'll end up believing that, the moon's made of green cheese or something else that's really silly. Then we want to know, is it real or is it not? If it's real, then I'll go that way, but if it's not, I don't want to go that way. When you don't have enough information, you can't answer the question. When you can't answer the question, that causes stress. And it starts to cycle until pretty soon you're all wadded up and you can't make any progress. So the thing to do is just do it. Talk to dead people, have heart-to-heart conversations, do these things. Talk with your butterfly, interact, see where it takes you, and then decide whether you're learning something useful or not. Is it helping you grow up or not? And if not, let it go. If it is, pursue it. So is it real is not a good question. Okay, I think, we got one more. One more, and it will be time for lunch.
Do you hear? Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. I make a question how to grow, as you asked, and after some imaging, I had a clear concept. This is a concept that is a long time in my life. It was not an answer, it was a statement. The question is not what, but where. Okay, it's linked to my way of living. I changed many places in my life. Maybe in the last 20 years, my family moved 7, 8 times. So I always change where, and then what is, let's say, something that happens. I don't care so much what I'm doing, and changed also a lot of jobs. But my focus was always on the place where I go. And there is a place where I think I must go to find the right environment, eventually. Okay, maybe I'm moving too much, but my question is, how can I understand this is my ego response or the response of the higher conscience. How can I understand that? Who is speaking now?
See, that's back to the old question of, you know, what's the source? Vetting the source. There is no way to know for sure which is which. There is no identity that you can, no way that you can say, this is my ego and this is the larger conscious system. You just have to look at the information and say, is it useful information? Stay skeptical. Could be anything. Stay skeptical, but stay open-minded and say, well, does it sound like something that might, you know, make sense? If it is, take a step in that direction. And if that doesn't blow up in your face or cause any trouble, take it, you know, take the next step. So you explore things without knowing what the source is. Explore them. After you have explored it sufficiently, you'll have enough information to decide, is it useful or not? If it's useful, keep exploring it further. If it's not, let it go. Do something else. So you won't know whether it's your, you know, whether it's something from the larger conscious system or something from somewhere else. There's no way to know it. That gets us to the live gracefully with uncertainty. You just don't know. Most of us have this burning need. I need to know because I don't want to waste my time here. If I'm going in a bad direction, I want to know that right away because I don't want to throw good after bad and make a fool of myself and waste my time. Well, if it looks like it has promise, or it might have promise, or even if it just holds the potential of promise, then I'd say explore it. But explore it with an open mind and with skepticism. You have to always be thinking, well, is this going to lead any place good? And if the answer is, well, maybe, well, then take the next step. When the answer becomes, I don't think so, then leave it alone. So as you feel potential in things, move in those directions. Don't worry about where it came from. Always stay skeptical with everything. You never know. You may hear a voice come to you and, you know, it says, you know, I'm God and I want you to do this. And if you don't, here's what's going to happen to you, you know, and you may hear this. And if you're a very religious person, you see, that's a serious, you know, that's a very serious thing that just happened. You have to be skeptical of everything. Yeah, it might have been God, but it might have been somebody just having fun with me. Might have been somebody just pulling my chain to see if I go out and do something stupid just because God told me to. You see, always stay skeptical because you'll never know what the source is. But explore it. Stay open-minded. If you have the idea, I won't do it unless I'm sure of the source. I won't do it unless, you know, I get validation that my source is credentialed and knows what they're talking about. Well, then you'll never explore anything. You'll be stuck in your beliefs. You can't get out of the box. You're stuck in the box of what you already know. You can't get anyplace new. So that's why you have to be open-minded. You get an intuition to move to Bangkok, and that seems like the right thing to do. You see some potential there, well, get up and move to Bangkok. See what happens. If it turns out to be a really bad move, well, then move back to where you were. You know, life is like that. Life is an experiment. Life is a, you know, you don't have to know the answer before you do something. If you do, you'll never do anything. So you just do it the way it seems best to you at the moment, and then you look back and see, well, was that a good move or not a good move? Don't be afraid of making a bad move. If you're afraid of doing it wrong, you'll probably never do anything. So doing it wrong is just a lesson. You grow up, you learn something. Well, I learned better than that, you know. Here's why it didn't work out. Next time I'll be aware of these things, of why it didn't work out, and I won't make that kind of decision next time. So life is a learning process, not one of surety or certainty. So, yeah, it just doesn't matter where it comes from. Just go do it if it seems like a good idea and see what happens, and then learn from it. If it's a disaster, you'll learn something. If it's wonderful, you'll learn something. You're going to learn something no matter what happens. That's life. That's what we do.
Okay, Tom, we are going to take lunch, but I think we better discuss the schedule here at the moment, because I know you have more exercises to do. Do we need to put it to the vote as to what you want to do this afternoon, because time is going to run out on us very quickly? Do you want to give them exercises and then less time for questions?
No, I don't think we're going to put it to a vote.
Okay.
I know exactly what I'm going to do when we come back. And
good.
This is not a democracy.
That's good. No, you're right. No, that's good. Okay, so
we are going to come back and we're going to discuss healing, and we're going to heal some people, and then we're going to do a little bit of remote viewing. That'll be very quick. The remote viewing can be done very quickly. But we want to spend a little time on healing because that's important. All right, let's do healing now. All right, I asked you to bring some names of people that needed to be healed, and management has already given me one name, so we're going to add some to this. You always do what management asks, or it's trouble. So the first one is going to be, I don't know if you can see this back in the back. I guess I'll just write pretty big. That's a funny E. That's Delvis C. Excuse this funny looking E here, but that's really an E. Delvis C. All right, and I'm looking for at least 3 more names, maybe 4 to add to that, of people who need healing. And this will be the name of which you know what the problem is, because we're going to heal this in a group, and then we're going to diagnose it also, and then we want to know what the illness is to know whether our diagnosis was correct or not. So if you have such a name and you'd like to get them on the board, raise your hand. Okay. What's the, just write, just give me a first name and initial.
It's difficult to...
Oh, goodness. C. S. C. H. O. K. U. I'm not sure that next letter. Is that it?
H.
The next one?
N.
No. L?
F.
F? Is that with an F? F. E. H. Okay. Another? Yeah, you? What is it?
Roland. R-O-L-A-N-D.
Oh, Roland. Okay.
Marcos with C.
M-A-R-C-O-S? Marcos? You.
Yes, and then M.
Marcus M. Good one.
Lena. L-E-N-A. No, so N, like November. Lena.
Lena, an N?
No. Instead of the L. L-E, November.
No, I don't know how I'm going to do that.
Yeah. H. Like Lena H.
Okay, I've been picking people up front. We have somebody. What's the furthest hand back there in the back? Yes, with the black sleeve.
Jerry.
What?
Jerry.
What is it? G?
T like
T like Tom? Yeah. A. A is an apple. K. K is in kilo. Okay. All right, that's probably enough.
Tom, please read the last three names because they're not being able to see those in the back.
I'll read them when we get to them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 6. Okay. And I'll read each one of them when we go to do it. But at least they're written here on the board, so you'll know it's that name of that person you wrote on the board with the illness. Okay, now first thing we're going to do is going to diagnose them. There's lots of ways to go about diagnosing. I'll just give you one tool set for doing it. You can come up with any tool set you like. Trying to use somebody else's tool set is like trying to use somebody else's metaphors. You're better off if you use your own, because it means more to you. But I'll give you one set. First thing you do is imagine a humanoid shape. I think of that as like a gingerbread man, you know, sort of here's the head, here are the arms, here's the body, here's the legs, there are the feet. So just that much. It doesn't have to be in high definition, just a humanoid outline. Something looks sort of human. Low definition will do just fine. That's your first intent then, is to say this humanoid shape represents the health body of Delva-C. You see, that's an intent. But not just any Delva-C, there may be hundreds of Delva-C, so make sure it's the Delva-C that we're talking about here, that Delva-C that somebody has come to this group and given that name. So that's the Delva-C we're talking about. So that's the intent, that the body is a metaphor for, a symbol for Delva-C's health body. The next intent is that anything in that health body that is healthy will be white. Anything in that health body that is not healthy will be dark. The more unhealthy it is, the darker it will be. Okay, so something like a flu would maybe be a gray cloud all over the whole body because that's something that's systemic over the whole body. Something like a cancer, say in a right lung, would be a really black as coal spot, here at the lung on the right side. All right, so now that's another intent. We've got several intents. We're stacking intents now. Okay, humanoid shape. Given that, you can just imagine that, just your imagination. Then we have an intent that humanoid shape will represent, as a symbol for, a particular health body. Then we have the intent that the good stuff is white, the bad stuff is dark. That then will be your diagnosis. You'll look at that, you'll see that within that body, dark areas will appear. Now don't try too hard. Again, if you overthink it, you'll mess it up. Take the first thing that comes in your mind. Just be open to it. Have no expectation of how it might go. No worries about whether you're right or wrong. No performance anxiety. None of that. Just going to do it. Just look at it as an experiment you're going to do and see how it comes out. You don't have to get it right. You're just going to do it. First things that come into your mind. As soon as you ask it, you'll get the picture will change. You'll see it. That's your thing. Okay, so that's how we diagnose. Now it gets a little more complicated in that if you see that it's over here on this side, is that the right or the left? Well, for me, this is my right, but if you're looking at my back, this is your left. You see it changes around? So whether you get a front view or whether you get a back view will change left and right. So now we got another intent. You have to have an intention that you're looking at the front of the person or the back of the person. Doesn't matter as long as you know what it is. Have an intent, that'll fix that right-left orientation with that intent. Now, if I have something that's a big blister here on my chest, you may see that as just the spot. You don't know if it's on my chest or on my back if you're just looking at black spots on a gingerbread cookie. So now you're going to have to rotate me sideways to see whether it's on this side or that side. So if you really want to locate it, you need to have all three dimensions. You need to be able to know left from right and front from back, which means you'll take your gingerbread cookie and you'll rotate it, turn it this way to see front to back. And you can just specify how you want it to be, as whether it's facing you or whether it's facing the same way you're facing. Remember, if it's facing you, its left is your right. If it's facing the same way you're facing, you're looking at its back, then its right is your right. So don't get all that right, left, front, back stuff confused. Have an intent that will specify that. You get to specify the output format any way you want. Now, is there anything magic about the colors, about white being good and the black being bad? No, we could reverse that. We could say all the stuff that was good is a real bright, glossy black, and everything that's bad is dirty white. It'd work just the same. There's nothing magic about the colors. And in fact, in some cases, because of contrast, having that reverse color scheme where the black is good and the white is unhealthy is a good thing to do. If you're looking for, let's say somebody's already had a cancer removed, now the question is, did they get all the cells? All the cancer cells come out so they don't start growing again. Now you're not looking for a big spot, you're looking for a cell. Then it's a good idea to make the good part, the healthy part, black. And the unhealthy cells, not only a bright white, but a bright white with a little beam of light coming out of it, if you will, something that's got its own light source. Because a white speck on black is much easier to see in higher contrast than a black speck on white. It's just easier for our eyeballs to do that. So you can make it, the color scheme, anything you want. So I make that the point so that you won't think that these tools I'm giving you are the tools to use. These are just a suggestion, a place to start. All right, so that is the diagnosis part. When we get done with that, you'll have some sort of diagnosis and you ought to just draw a little gingerbread cookie and draw where you see the black spots and that sort of thing. So you'll remember, because we're going to do 6 of them here, and we're going to go right from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And I will have you open your eyes like we did before, so I'll know you're done. I know everybody's done with that one before we move to the next one. So while you open your eyes, first thing you do is write down what you saw. Okay, don't overthink it. Now we get to the healing part. When we do healing, the idea is to change all the black stuff to white stuff, right? Change all that unhealthy stuff to bright white stuff. And you can do that many ways. One way is using tools to do it. You can have a beam of light. That's what light workers do. They have a beam of light and they can shine that intense white light on that black spot until it turns white. It's just a metaphor. If you don't like beams of light, you can have a blowtorch and burn it. You can take a knife and cut it out. You can do all kinds of things with it. All these are mind games to get you to focus your intent on the outcome being healthy. Because we're humans and we live here in this virtual reality, we have this belief that if we don't do something, nothing will happen. Because that's the way it is here in our reality. So we think that's the way it is here too. We could just say, black, turn white. And it would just happen. But we haven't done anything. All we've done is make a wish, and everybody knows making a wish just doesn't have any power. So we have to do something. It's a belief we have. So we will shine a light on it, we'll burn it out, we'll cut it out, we'll pour acid on it, you know, whatever makes you feel like it's done. You can, you know, you can sprinkle fairy dust on it, make it disappear, whatever. So that's the healing part, turning the black to white. Just metaphors, it's all metaphorical, to help you focus your intent on making the probability of good health higher in the future. Or even not just good health, but make that particular problem, that black spot, disappear in the future. Okay, so that's why we need tools, because we have a lot of beliefs. The tools help us integrate those beliefs into actually an asset of focusing. Okay, so that's what we'll be doing. I'll give you a little bit of time on it. It shouldn't take long. If it's taking long, that's because you have a belief that it takes a lot of process to get this done. The harder you work on something, the more you'll get done, right? That's another belief we have. So people go in and they work on it, work on it, work on it. They work on it for half an hour. They feel like they've done a lot more. It's probably not the case. You can work on it for 10 seconds and get a lot done. If your focus is really, really clear, just do it. Now, if you want to continue to put that light on there, that's good. Let's say the black is gone. Now you'll need an intent to keep that black gone. You don't want the black to come back just as soon as you open your eyes. You want that black to stay away. So you have this intent that not only do you change the black white, but that it stays that way. Now, if you were doing this not in a class like this, but if you were doing this on your own, somebody you were trying to heal, you'd maybe take 15 minutes to do all this. Make sure you get everything, all the black white, and it's really a bright, bright white, and it's going to stay that way until you feel satisfied that you've done that, and then you let it go. But you should keep in the back of your mind that you are, I guess I just stepped out of the box here. They tell me to stay in the box, otherwise the camera isn't pointing in the right direction. But anyhow, adjust your cameras, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, got it. Okay. All right. So we want that white to stay white. Have that focus. Good use of the word stay. We need the tools, so don't feel like, even though the tools are not fundamental, they're not necessary, don't feel like you have to use my tools, or even feel like you have to use no tools, or that the tools are somehow fake or not real. We need the tools, most of us do, in order to focus our intent. As you get more proficient at this, your tools will change. Your tools will get easier and quicker, take less time. Now, as I was saying, that you keep it in the back of your mind, you heal them, keep it in the back of your mind all day long, and maybe 4 or 5 times during the day, bring it up to the front of your mind, add a little more white to it, just polish it up. Say, all right, white, white, white. And look at the little gingerbread cookie, and it's all white. Okay, good, you've got it now. Go on with whatever it is you're doing. Maybe it takes 2 minutes out of your time, maybe only 1 minute. And you can do this off and on all day long. Then after you get to a place where you can spend a little more time on it, you can spend another 10 minutes on it, or 15 minutes, trying to keep that spot white and stay that way forever. Okay, so it is cumulative. If you do this twice a day, you'll be twice as effective if you do it once a day. If you put a little bit of thought into it all day long, you'll be a lot more effective, because all those little pieces all add up. If you spend more than, 20 minutes on it or half an hour on it, you probably aren't adding much to it. You probably do better to just spend 2 10-minute segments on it with some distance between them than just to spend 20 minutes on it all at once. Because after you get it white and you really have that energy that's turning white, then that's about all you're going to do for that time. Okay, so these are just some of the parameters to think about. feel free to not pay attention to what I say and do it any way you want. That's fine too. Or if you're a healer already, you can use your own tools if you wish. Tools are irrelevant. We just need them to focus. If we were grown up enough that we didn't have any beliefs about having to do something to make something happen, we could just look at it and make the white spots go away, and that'd be the end of it. We wouldn't need tools. And that would work just as well. But most of us, if we don't actually do something, don't believe that we could actually have an effect. And therefore, we probably won't have an effect because our intent is real squishy. It's not very strong because we don't have any conviction in it. We're not getting it out of the being level. It's all in the intellectual level. Okay, so that's all the guidance. And we're going to start, and I'll give you just about, well, let's give you about 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes to heal each one, to diagnose and heal, both. So you got to move right along. Don't get stuck in process. Just do it. And remember, it's just a game we're playing. It's just an experiment we're doing. Just see how it works. Okay. Let's start with the first one. That's, I can't read that if I stay. Delvis C. Okay. So please first go diagnose and then heal. Delvis C. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing, and when you're done, open your eyes. The next person we are going to diagnose and heal is Shoku Fei, M. So diagnose and then heal Shoku Fei, M. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. Okay, remember your intent is from the being level, and it wants to be a very intense intent. Very intense intent. Okay. The third one that we're going to diagnose and heal is Roland L. Diagnose and then heal Roland L. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing. And when you're done, open your eyes. The next person we are going to diagnose and heal is Marcus M. Marcus M. Diagnose, then heal Marcus M. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing and open your eyes when you have finished. last person to be diagnosed and healed is Theory K. So diagnose and heal, Theory K. Okay, in the next 30 seconds, wind up what you're doing and open your eyes. Okay, now we'll find out what was actually wrong with these people. I have a note about Delva C. Delva C has stomach cancer. So you would have seen the black spot somewhere in the middle here for stomach cancer. Okay, somebody tell us about Shokufe M.
Blood cancer.
Blood cancer. That would have been something more systemic then, right? The blood cancer goes where the blood is. So you would have seen that all over. You may have seen it in lines or streaks or that sort of thing. Okay. Roland L., who will stand up and tell us about Roland L. Wait for you to get a mic here for a second.
He has neuropathy of the thin fibers. He's in pain 24/7.
What was that disease again?
I don't know the exact English word. The thin fibers of his body are constant in a state of high alert, and that causes pain 24/7, and there is nothing to stop that pain.
And where is this pain? All over?
All over his body.
Okay, so that wouldn't have been localized. That would one probably have been all over. Although is the cause localized? They don't know what the cause is.
It probably has a toxic origin. He used to work with chemicals too often, and that put his body in a sort of alert mode, and they can't get it back to normal.
Okay. Next, I think, is Marcus. Marcus M. Who will tell us about Marcus?
He had a concussion. You know what that is?
Mm-hmm. So
In
he would
his,
have had something up on the head.
He had a bike accident and hit his head. Yeah, I think it was his.
And how serious
right
an
side.
injury? How serious an injury was it? Very serious.
He didn't have any injuries in his head. He had a concussion,
Right.
but he has headaches from it after that, several weeks after that. And I don't know how he's doing now because I didn't talk to him for a week.
Okay, so a week ago he had headaches from a concussion.
Yeah.
Okay. Lena H.
She's got cancer in her stomach and her bowels.
Okay, so that would have been both mid-range, one a little lower than the other, but stomach and bowel cancer.
Yeah. Yes.
And the last one was Theory K, all the way to the back.
Yes, so he has multiple sclerosis since 20 years.
Okay. Trying to think what I know about multiple sclerosis. That would probably be in the muscles. Is it not?
The nerves and
nerves, yeah, nervous system that control the muscles.
Exactly.
Okay. Now a lot of those were difficult ones. They were hard because they were distributed all over. They weren't localized. It's easier to see a black spot than it is to see something like multiple sclerosis, which is a central nervous system problem. So we had quite a few of these that were extremely hard to diagnose. The ones with the cancer were the easiest ones to diagnose because that was localized. When you look, you see it's there. It made it a little easier. Okay, let's discuss it. How many of you got at least some part of it right? Okay, 2/3. Got at least some part of it right. How many? How many of you got all of it right? 1. Good work. So, are you a healer with a lot of experience?
I use a different tool. I just focus on the name, and then I feel the energy in my body, and then it's easy to feel where it is or what it is, or
Yeah.
that's my method.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of use of methods like that. Everybody isn't visual. Some people feel much better than they see things. And for people who are not visual, then there are feeling methods that will work just as well. Anybody have any comments? Has there anybody got none of it? How many got none of it right? Well, that's about 10%. Yeah, got none of it right. Okay, any comments?
I was focusing more for the reason or the source and not the place on the body. So I have some speculation or maybe truth, I don't know.
Yeah.
But very interesting because all the places it's like mixed. I mean, someone has here, I don't know who's talking about, someone here. For me, it's number 6, not the person you mentioned. But it was 4. For me, it's number 6. So the source of the problem, not the problem. So when I'll do the healing, I'm asking if it's okay to do the source, to the source of the problem and not of the problem.
Well, that depends on on the issue. Like the fellow that has a concussion from a bike accident, the source of that would be falling off the bike, and that's hard to fix. If you
What
need
about
that,
not focusing on the road?
not focusing on the road.
Or the target.
Right, then that would be a source.
Yeah.
And you could focus on
Focusing.
paying better attention
Yeah.
to what you're doing and where
Yeah.
you're going. Yes, that would be a good thing. Now what that would do though, that wouldn't put so much energy into him getting better or getting rid of his headaches,
yeah.
but it would put energy toward him not having the problem again. So it's another thing that you can do in healing, is to help people in that way as opposed to just helping them relieve their symptoms. So yeah, it's a perfectly legitimate thing to do and it works just as well. It's just a little different thing. Someone else?
I was told to back off from one of them. I couldn't do that one.
You have the mic?
Hi.
Oh, you have a mic.
Yeah.
Good.
Hi. I was told to back off from one of them. I was trying to approach and do things, but it was a lot of resistance, and I did.
Okay. Well, that's a good thing to pay attention to that. When you get that, it's good to
Which one?
let it go.
Number 5.
Did anybody else get that?
Yeah.
More people.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. About 5 people got that. 5 or 6 people also got that on number 5. Lena.
I had someone with blood cancer, but it was number 4 instead of number 2.
See? Did I
And-
not tell you that people would get them in the wrong order earlier?
Yeah. And then also, okay, it was in the head, a tumor, okay, also a cancer, but it was also someone else. So I want to say that I saw someone with a problem in the head, but not the person with the problem in the head. So I confused 2 of them.
Yeah, very typical. Always happens in every group that people will get them right but in the wrong order. And that often has to do with not a precise enough intent. That's typically the reason for that. But it's hard for you to know what the lack of precision was, because we just, you think of it. And you think of it in a way, and if that way isn't precise enough, then you get a kind of a wild card draw from the bunch. So I say just pay a little more attention that your intents are very precise.
Yeah, maybe my intent was also not that precise, because I think I got information about my own health body, because I felt relief on this area when I did the healing, and so I got my own.
Yeah, well, that's an intent. You see, we have, our minds are a little, they jump around a lot. And if you happen to have an intent that said, oh yeah, well, what about this spot, that you had, then that's what your attention would have gone to, and then your intent gets shifted to that, even though you're really trying to do the exercise. That's the point of having a mind that's clear and doesn't jump around, is that your intent is more precise and clear and focused. Okay, who's next?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, back over there. Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
So
Ingeborg.
I also mixed up the blood cancer, and with Roland I wasn't even able to imagine the gingerbread. It didn't get to have a silhouette. It was just zero. I didn't see anything. And the other thing was Lena was the only person I was right. Where others said there were some obstacles. So Lena was the only one I got right.
Someone else, really?
Yep. I was healing the first one, the one with cancer, and as I stumbled upon one of those cancerous cells, it kept coming back. As soon as I held it, it was right back instantaneously. What does that mean?
Well, it could mean several things. That could be pushback from somebody who doesn't want to be healed, or it could be that there's some part of you that thinks that this probably won't work, or I won't be able to do it. And if there's some part of you that isn't really focused on that, then there'll be things in the back of your mind that'll say, I can't do this, or this won't work, or is this for real? Those kinds of things will cause those kinds of reactions. And I suspect that it's not right up in your intellect that you're thinking those thoughts, but just something in the back of your mind is uncertain about what you're doing and why you're doing it and will it work, is usually why those things happen, unless it's because somebody does not want to be healed. And then they will push back like that. So that could be a possibility. Like we did have several people here, about 6, that said they were kind of pushed away. No, don't do that. So that's another way of pushing somebody away, is basically refusing to cooperate, refusing to accept the energy.
So I tried every time, but I actually, none of the times I managed to even visualize the gingerbread man. And partly I got distracted also by the shapes. When you close your eyes, you still see the shapes of what you previously saw with open eyes. I also have the feeling I'm not in a very clear state of mind today. So probably all that plays a role, but maybe I'm not a very visual person. So somebody else mentioned other techniques. Would you have other tools to suggest if visualization doesn't seem to be a very good one? Or
yeah, if visualization doesn't seem to be good, then try a feeling technique, that you just feel what's wrong with it. Now, feelings are very non-defined, so that kind of gives you a lot of room to move around and just feel what the problem is. What does it seem like? And another way of saying that, it's just in your intuition. What comes to you? Without having to see the picture, just what comes to you. How does it feel? Other people will relate it with their own body. They'll feel a constriction or a pain or something on their own body relative to the body that they're looking at. That's another process. But you want to be careful not to take on. Some people have a belief that the only way to heal somebody is to take their illness from them. That's not a very profitable belief. Not only is it not required, but it will make you ill. because it'll put intent not only to take the illness from them, but intent for you to get the illness yourself. So you're moving intent in two places, and it can make you sick. So not very good. Other people can only heal if they have a piece of that person, a piece of their hair, or some article from them, or some kind of connection to their physical body, and that also is very problematic because that doesn't exist most of the time and isn't necessary. There are a lot of healing modalities that are very inefficient that way. Another problem that people will get into is they feel like they need to have hands-on. You know, either they need to touch your physical body so the healing energy flows through their hands into you, which is just a metaphor, but it's a more problematic one because now you need the body and so on. You can't just do it whenever. And others yet have the idea that they, in their mind, they will go in and say, cut it out or pull it out, do something with it manually to get rid of that black spot. And then they have the problem of, did they contaminate themselves by putting their hands on this? You see, and if that starts a fear, now you start a fear cycle going with, oh, maybe I'm contaminated, which puts more energy into moving the probability that you're going to get ill. So sometimes your tools can be very hurtful instead of helpful. Sometimes the tools you pick to use are very inefficient tools or tools that will actually make you sick. But if you're prone to that sort of thing, if what really feels good to you, metaphorically, is to reach in with your hands and grab those black spots and rip them out, if that's what feels good, then use another metaphor to add with that. Put on big rubber gloves. Now you've got another metaphor. That will keep you safe, you see. And if you worry about, well, you know, all this time I've been healing, I just cut stuff out and just throw it away. Is all that stuff, that nasty, you know, disease stuff, is it just laying around? Might somebody bump into that, you know, and when I just toss it away? Well, if that's a worry of yours, then you indeed might get ill. Then always be neat. When you take the stuff out, put it in a big jar, close the jar lid, throw the jar in the sun until it evaporates, and now you're done with it, you see. So all of these are mind games, obviously, to get your intent focused on what you want to do and not to have your intent focused on doing something that is very inefficient or harmful to yourself. So if you have various kinds of beliefs about the way things have to work, you can work with those beliefs, but you may need some additional metaphors to help, you know, work around those beliefs. So we have a question here.
So I saw many things, but I thought it was like a very close zoom to it. So I couldn't see the shape, but I saw different things, sometimes pictures like eyes or a bird inside, but it felt like under a microscope. And I tried to zoom out, but it was not so possible. I think I had to go over 1,000 zoom steps to go out.
Yeah, zooming in and out is something that you should be able to do. Why you were kind of stuck in with a close zoom and couldn't zoom out, I'm not sure why that would be. You ought to be able to do either. It's just information, and you can get the information up close or back out. Often, if you know enough about cellular structure, you can zoom in and actually see problems at the cellular level. You can go in and look inside of individual cells that way to see problem, if it's a genetic kind of a disease. There's other tools you can use. Let's say if you're looking at a cancer or something, maybe a genetic disease, you go in and say, okay, I'm going to repair the genetics in this cell. There's a problem there. You do the repairing on a single cell because you know enough about biology to know how to repair a cell, and then you simply intend that all the other cells that are affected will change and be just like this one that I fixed. See, now you use a multiplier effect. You don't have to go around and fix all, 100,000 cells. You just fix one and then have all the rest that are affected turn to be like this one.
Thank you.
So these are just tools, that you can use. All mind games to get you to focus properly.
I have a request from someone who has been getting some interference in their receiver. So if there are any cell phones still on, if you could please turn them off.
All right, anybody else have some experiences or some questions about this healing and how to go about it and what to be careful of? Yes. Oh, we need a microphone over there.
Tom, I think my approach will be slightly different, but it would be more in tune with what you've just said. About 6 years ago, I seen my former wife at a particular function. And I knew when I looked at her that she was ill. I asked my children for 2 years if their mum was okay, and they said fine. And 1 year ago, no, 16 months ago, she was diagnosed with stomach cancer, which is now terminal. And I can't explain what it was, but when I seen her face, like I didn't interpret it like as a Nora or anything, I just knew she was ill. And I became so upset, I spent most of the afternoon on my own, quite emotional. Now fortunately, I spoke to my sister and her daughter, and I said, I don't know what's wrong with her, but subsequently this happened. But I think my approach will be like, it is a virtual body, and it's a virtual brain. So it would be, if someone needs healing, to just send a healing intention to seek the problem and fix the problem.
Yeah, that is a perfectly good way to do it. If you can do that, you can send healing energy to somebody and say, use this energy how you will. That way they could heal themselves with it or not, or just make themselves feel better, or use it any other way they want to use it. That would be one way to do it. If this person has, let's say, cancer, something very specific, you can get more, again, energy is a metaphor, but you can put more energy into the healing if you're more specific into what it is going to heal for. If it's a very general thing, you'll get a very general effect. So if you give somebody energy and say, just use this as you will, then they may not use it just to heal that issue. They may not even know they have that issue yet. If you want to work on something very specific, then you'll get more energy, more effect on that specific thing if you focus on that specific thing. But you'll have an effect even if you don't name anything. Even if you just look at the person and say, feel good, have a nice day, you know, those kind of very general thoughts, that will help. And it'll help them feel that. And you bring up a good point, though, is that sometimes you'll see illness before it happens. Or sometimes you'll see it in early stages before anybody else knows that it's there. Particularly if people that you're involved with, people that you're connected to, you will be able to do that sort of thing. And that's because you'll have an intent that is caring about them, and having that intent out there is enough to bring that information in. And then you'll get that. So you can, sometimes you see that a person is going to die in the near future. And whatever metaphors you pick for that, whether suddenly you look at them and you see a skeleton instead of them, or, you know, there's a big bones and whatever, you know, in your vision. You know, there's all kinds of metaphors you can use for that. But whatever metaphor is, you know, that's another thing that you can see. But what it is that you are some level, maybe not your conscious level, but on some level, you're open to that information. You're interested in that information. You want to know about the state of their health, or are they okay? Or maybe they're just acting a little strange, so your intent goes, I wonder if there's something wrong with them. Well, that's a question, that's a query. Back comes the information, you see. So you can get lots of things If you have your mind pretty much settled down, then you pretty much know what your intents are. As much as your mind is just kind of loose and wandering, then you have all sorts of intents that are modifying probability all over, and you don't even know what they are. So we just do this all the time. Okay, other question? Okay, we can make it general then. Do you have any questions about anything that we've talked about? Any subject? We've got time yet.
Tom, are you want to open this up to general questions at this point, or are you going to wait till?
No, I guess I really shouldn't.
Yeah.
Let me finish. I was just stunned. I was just stunned that nobody had their hand in the air, you know. But, yeah, okay, sure. Healing?
Yeah, about healing.
Mm-hmm.
The question is related to the expectations,
Mm-hmm.
because you said before that it's important not to have any expectations. But in this topic, which is when you are somehow related to the person which you are trying to heal, so to say, I think it's difficult not to have any expectations about your results. So how to deal with this, and how to deal with the with your emotions related to this healing process.
That's expectations is kind of a tricky point. It's not good to have an expectation if you're trying to remote view, let's say, because that expectation then will color the information that you get. If you're expecting that it's going to be, you know, a particular object in the box, then that turns to a guess. So it tends to lead you away. So expectations there are bad. There is some value, though, in putting intent on the outcome that you're trying to manifest. Now you're not trying to get data, you're trying to manifest an outcome, like a healthy person. Now you can see that person as being healthy. That can be part of the way. That's another technique. You can actually visualize that person and they're just beaming with health, they're happy, you know, they're walking briskly, they're playing sports or whatever they might do if they were healthy, and you just see them being a healthy, fit individual, and you visualize them that way. That's another way of putting intent into them having good health. So you might think, well, that's an expectation of the way they're going to be. Well, it is. Using expectation in different processes here. If it's something like a remote viewing, you don't want to lead the witness. You don't want to have guesses going on. That'll just get in your way. But if it's trying to produce an outcome, then visualizing the endpoint is good. But there's a difference between visualizing that endpoint, which is an expectation, but not having any expectations as to whether or not that will actually happen. Confusing, right? One of them is that the ego or the fear might have an expectation of it happening. It's a want, it's a desire or a need to have it. That's different than just saying, I can see you walking down the street being perfectly healthy, not limping, not, you know, whatever, that you're, say something wrong with your leg. You know, I can see you out playing basketball, and that means you're healthy, you're healed. It's different. It's what we call, I guess we're slicing fine meanings of the word expectation. One of them, you're trying to visualize an end result. The other, you're hoping for something to work the way you want it to work. Fine difference, but the difference between them is one has ego at its base and the other one does not. When you see somebody fit and healthy, there's no ego in that. That's just the way you're seeing them. It's the way you're putting the energy to that end state. But if you need them to be some way, you know, because you have emotional investment in it, so you really want them to be that way because there's an emotional investment, because you're connected to them, then that's ego. It's about you. It's not about them. I want. I want them to be this way. Now it gets in the way. So I think that's what you were saying. You get an emotional investment with people. It's really hard sometimes to work on people that you know. For the very same reason, a doctor, let's say if you're a heart surgeon and your children or your wife have a heart problem, you don't work on them. You find some other doctor to work on them. You never work on your own family. Why? Because it's harder for you to be detached. It's harder for you just to assess the problem and do what needs to be done because your ego is now attached to what's going on. You don't want to accept things. If they're going wrong and it's not working right, you refuse to accept that. And you like ignore it and just go on because you don't want to deal with that. Well, that could be fatal. You need to accept what is and deal with it rather than, have the ego get in the way. So doctors don't work on their own family for that reason. And you have, or all of us have, the same problem when we're working on ourselves and when we're working on loved ones as the doctor has working on, somebody of their own family. You have to be detached from that. It has to be okay, however it works out. You have to get into that place of detachment and do it, and then it'll be more effective. And as much as your ego gets stuck in it, then you won't be nearly as effective. Part of the reason why when you grow down on the negative side, you never get very far. You don't get but so powerful if you're working black magic, if you're doing negative stuff, because your own ego and your own fears and your own needs will get in your way and prevent you from being really good at what you do. Yeah, it's a problem. No way to get over that other than just try to detach yourself from that possibility and be able to accept whatever is. Whatever happens is okay. I'll deal with it. Life gives us all sorts of experiences and it's our job just to deal with them, whatever they are. So however that works out, fine, but here's my intent to get better, but I won't put any emotional energy into, oh no, but what if it doesn't work? You see, just accept it. Let everybody be how they are. Tough medicine, isn't it, to take?
So I would also have one additional question to healing. So is it more important to have the right focus for the intent, or is there can you say there's a strong or a weak intent that changes the probability of success to a strong or a weak outcome?
Yes, there is. You can have strong intents and weak intents. And what makes them strong or weak are several variables. One is clarity, exactly what your intent is, that it's a clear, precise intent, that you hold that intent steadily, that your mind isn't jumping around thinking of other things while you're trying to do this, that it's a focused intent. And then there's an intensity factor. You have to, at the being level, really want to do this. If you're just going through the motions, it's not nearly as strong as if you really do want to heal. You really want to help. You really have empathy for that person, and you want them to feel better other than it's just a thing you're doing because it's an exercise in a class. That's the difference between a strong and a weak intent. So intensity of your energy, you might say of your feeling, but it's not really a feeling. It's intensity of wanting to help. How much do you want to help? How much do you care, that sort of thing. And if you care tremendously, then what that does is open up a bigger portal, a bigger pathway, a bigger conduit to that person, because you're relating to them strongly. That means your energy is going to get there more strongly. So if it's just a light kind of thing and you toss it out, well then you're opening up a narrow bandwidth to that.
So may I ask a second question, or is somebody?
Yeah, well, go ahead. While you have it.
Second question would be about the question whether should I heal somebody. So yesterday you said that sometimes it's an illness has its purpose and it helps develop and grows for the individual person. So on the other hand, we say we are allowed to heal somebody, but I could argue that then I prevent his growth. So
Right.
in which cases does it make sense to heal, and which cases not?
Okay, you should ask that question as to whether or not it's in their greater interest. You just ask the question and you'll get a reply, whether it is or not. If you're beginning this, if you're not an old hand at it, it's not something you do all the time, then I'd say generally just go ahead and try your healing. Unless you have an opportunity to converse with the person, then you can ask them. You know, would you like me to heal you? If they say yes, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not on their path to experience it. They still should experience it. So first, if you can talk to them and get it's okay with them, that's good. If you can't, but you think it must be okay with them, that's okay too, particularly if you're a beginner, because you're just not that strong that you're going to overrule somebody's free will. In the beginning, you are not as strong at it as you are after you practice. So in the beginning, you just need to practice, practice, practice. You're not going to overrun somebody's free will very much because you just don't have that much ability to change things. So I wouldn't worry about it too much, but as you get more into it and you get more proficient, then you have to take on more responsibility. And pushback is one of the ways you'll find that you should back off. The gentleman here said, I tried and it's like pushback. I turned it white, went right back to dark again. I turned it white, went right back to dark again. And I wasn't doing that. And I didn't have any sense that I couldn't do it. It was my problem that it wasn't doing that. But I felt it was their thing to be doing that. And that's a good sign to back off and just let it be. Even if they're asking you very strongly to please help me. You see that it's just not working. It pushes back. Other than that, eventually, the more experience you have, you will know. You will get that information. That'll be part of the downloads you get when you start to heal somebody, is if that's a good idea. You'll find that the people who are ill just by a random thing, you know, somebody coughed near them when they got off the bus or something and they happened to get a virus or something, they picked it up. That's just a random event that happens. That's not part of their growth path. And you'll find these random event illnesses are much easier to heal than the ones that are part of somebody's process. Those take a lot more work. Now you can overcome, if it's on their path and they need it, you can still heal them anyway. You can force it. If you have enough strength to do that, you can force it. And they will get over it. But what they'll do, what my experience is, that when you do that, they'll find some other way to learn that same lesson. So you heal them of one thing, they'll get something else, you know, a month later. You heal them of that, they'll get something else. And if you heal them of that, they'll get run over by a truck. You know, it's that sort of thing. They will find a way to do what they need to do in a way they need to do it. So you can only do but so much damage. Even if you heal somebody that you shouldn't, they will probably reinstate that issue in some other way anyway. But you don't want to ever overrun anybody else's free will. So like in the case with my grandson, I asked him first, you know, what was going on, and I definitely got the idea, I don't think so. You know, I really don't think this is what I was looking for when I was going to incarnate. I didn't want to be a cripple or have some other kind of problems like that. So that was fine. I just backed off and said, all right. And then, you know, a couple of days later, I'd try again, see if I got the same result. I consistently got that result. And there were dozens of people working on him, trying to heal him. They all got the same result. He pushed back everybody. He didn't want it until he changed his mind. But once he changed his mind, then everything went the other way in a big hurry. So don't overrun somebody else's free will, even if that means you let them die, that you could fix it. It's the way it's supposed to be. Death isn't such a big deal. Death is just you know, you turn in one avatar and get another one. When we play World of Warcraft and our avatar gets killed, you know, we don't mourn. We just run back to the graveyard, get all our stuff back, and get back in the game. And we do the same thing here too. We just get back in the game. So it's particularly for people who are in real bad situations, say with diseases that give them terrible pain that they can't get rid of. It's a chronic pain that they have to live with. The only other choice they have is to be doped up all the time, and then they don't really have a life either. So that gets to be a real tough situation. And opting out of that is not necessarily a bad idea if you're in a situation where you can't learn. On the other hand, learning to deal with pain can be a very big lesson. We can get rid of pain just with our mind. We can turn pain centers off so that we have some kind of terrible pain like a kidney disease and the pain is chronic. We can just learn to not feel that. It's a mental thing. You can learn a whole lot with that much mental discipline. So you see there's a lot of things you can learn from even something as bad as pain. And you never want to get between a person and their lessons. That's their thing. Another one where? Here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I have two questions. The first one, out of your MBTs, we can say that there is only consciousness and virtual realities, lots of them, and the structural and structuring system of order and chaos. And my question is, isn't that very necessary for all this to work, to exist a certain amount of chaos, of disorder, in order to have something to put in order? And secondly, at the level of the individuated unity of consciousness, we basically are not much, as I experienced, out of the physical reality. My consciousness, so to say, my individuated unity of consciousness was not much. It's more like a sort of vibrational frequency or something. So would you say that our essential selves or our pure selves are pieces of nothing? Thank you.
Okay, two questions. The first had to do with the idea that the reason that you can have goodness is because you have badness, that there's some sort of balance between kind of negativity and positive things. Is that a fair statement, that there's balance between positive and negative? Did I get that right?
Well, the way I see it, there is no bad and good. There is only what is, and we make what we make out of it. But you know, in the equation of order and disorder, so what order, or else we order something out of something else, isn't it right?
Okay, there's different ways of looking at it and different metaphors apply. I would agree that everything just is as it is, right? And we deal with it. We agree on that. But the system, because it's an information system, consciousness system, it draws the line between good and bad as to whether or not it's an entropy reducer or an entropy increaser. Increased entropy is de-evolution. Lower entropy of the system means continuing on, growing. If you don't continue to grow, or evolve, then you de-evolve. You de-evolve enough and you disappear. So the system makes a differentiation between things that help it survive and things that help destroy it. It needs to evolve. It's a continuing system. It's not done. It's not perfect. It's just a natural, what's the thing I should say? Just natural as compared to supernatural. It's just a natural system evolving, trying to grow, trying to stay alive. So there is a difference between bad and good. It's not all the same. It's quite different as you use the separation of evolution or de-evolution to turn bad from good. So morality then is based on intent, not actions. And if your intent is an intent leading to lower entropy, then it's a good intent. If it's leading to higher entropy, it's a bad intent. So that defines morality and ethics along those lines. But given all of that there is good and there is bad, and the reason that you have good and bad is because we have free will. We're free to be anything we want. We can make bad decisions if we want to. You can't have goodwill if, free will. You can't have free will with constraints on it, with conditions. It's not like, well, you can do anything you want as long as it's what I want, you know. That's not free. So you can make bad decisions. So we have negative side. You can make good decisions. It doesn't have to be balanced. Matter of fact, we'd like it to be unbalanced. We'd like just a little bit of negative and a whole lot of the good. So there's no balance required.
Excuse me, my point was that at a certain point, everything will be in, so to say, order. Is that possible?
No, it's not going to be like that. We don't get to an end point where everything is ordered and the entropy goes to zero. You'll never get to that point. We're always working on getting there. And the reason that is that in this system, the way you lower entropy takes effort. You always have to put work into a system to lower its entropy. That's just a natural way about entropy. Just left alone, the system will begin to break up and disintegrate. If you don't put any effort in to grow up, you won't just stay the same forever. Staying the same forever is not an option. If you don't keep working on it, you will digress. And everything works that way. If you don't do maintenance on your house, eventually your house will collapse. You know, if you don't put in effort, things tend to start to degrade. So the system will never get to the point that it's total order, that its entropy is zero and it has no other states to go in. And if it did get there, that's when it would start to evolve. If there'd be nothing else to do, and it could just sit there and do nothing because it had already done it all, then it would start to come apart, which means that very shortly you would have something to do again. So you don't get to that end point, which is a very different way of looking at it than some Eastern philosophies that say that when you graduate, you get done here. You finish up, you don't need to reincarnate anymore, now you're done. Well, there is no done in my viewpoint. There's always somebody you can help. There's always some service you can be. The whole concept of I'm done, you're not, but I am, is a very self-focused concept. If you're not done, then I'm not done either, because then I can help you. You see, so as long as there are people who are still struggling, then nobody's done. There's still something else to do. But the system is evolving, which means the whole system is going to be different all the time. It's going to keep growing, keep expanding, keep finding new things, new ways of interacting. And I don't think there's any end to that because it's such a large system that there's always novelty, there's always some change. And there's always new individuated units of consciousness coming into it that need to grow up. It's not like there's n individual units of units and someday they'll all grow up, and then when they all grow up they're all done because there's nothing else to do. There's not n. The number comes up and goes down based on situations. And the conscious system can have as many seats in virtual realities as it wants to make. So there's no limit on the number. The number is only limited by processing capability and by practicability. How many do you need? You know, when does it get to the point that any more individual units of consciousness really aren't pulling the whole system along any faster? Well, at that point now there's not any use of having any more, but you know, new ones are likely to still come in. Some are de-evolving, need to turn around and go back the other way. So there's always action going on, and never do we get done. Or let's put it this way, done is so far out, you know, in the future that it's not worth even, you know, having conjecture about it. It doesn't seem like a practical possibility. Yes, Oliver.
Yeah, we have one question coming from the internet, and it's from Helen, and she would like to know, can you heal yourself?
Yes, it works on yourself just as well as it works on anybody else. The only problem with the self is the problem we discussed here just moments ago, And that's that it's difficult to work on yourself because your ego gets in the way. If you can get your ego out of the way, then yes, you can work on yourself and be just as effective.
Back in the back.
Yes.
I was wondering how important is it to be in a theta sort of state when doing these exercises? Like, will I be more effective when I do this while lucid dreaming or something like that?
It's not terribly important to be in any particular brainwave state. A theta state's a good place to start out because that's the relaxed, almost unconscious but not quite state where you can be clear. But you don't have to ever get in a foggy state. Sometimes when we meditate, well, most people when they meditate, they get this idea, I'm getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and it gets deeper means foggier and less connected. And pretty soon you're so deep and so foggy that you're only marginally conscious. That's not really the state we're looking for. That marginally conscious isn't it. When you're marginally conscious, you don't have a lot of ability to then go do something useful. Now you can hang out there in that marginally conscious place, and I guess that's all right. But that's not even nearly as productive as the point consciousness, where you're perfectly wide awake and aware that you are conscious and in the void. As it turns out, if you are clear-headed, perfectly clear-headed, just like you are now, it works just as well. You don't have to be foggy, and you don't have to have all your energy in a theta state. That's one of the reasons that I don't do any meditation, relaxation. You know, let's all get ready to heal. You know, we go through this process. You'll find that a lot of people will do that, but I want people to know that they can be successful, and it works just as well, just doing it without being in any particular state. What happens, and most of you will recognize this, what happened is when you got into it, you were just sitting there, had your eyes shut, right? You're not in any meditation state. But for most of you, 30 seconds into doing it, you no longer had any sense of this room or the people in it or where you were. The physical world just vanished. You were in your own mental world working on a mental task, and the outside world disappeared. That's very similar to being in point consciousness, except you didn't go there first. You went straight to a task. That's very similar to being out of body. You're no longer attached to this reality. But instead of flying around someplace, you're healing somebody, you're doing diagnosis. You see, all you have to do is switch out of this data stream, which means you're no longer aware of all this environmental stuff. You're not paying attention to what you're sensing through your ears. You're sitting on a seat, there's pressure on your butt, you don't feel that anymore, hopefully. Chairs aren't that hard. And your eyes are shut, so that shuts out the main distraction. And if you hear a noise, somebody rustles some paper or something, but you don't relate to it, it's just there, it's just noise someplace, like it's in another reality. This doesn't matter. You're disconnected. That's the state you need to be in to be effective. And you don't actually need to meditate first to get there. Meditation is to teach you to not have all those thoughts jumping in your head. Meditation is to get you so your mind is clear and not jumping around. The focus isn't jumping. The focus is on your healing or your diagnosing or eventually here your remote viewing. And that's what your meditation is there for. It gives you discipline in your consciousness. But you don't have to be in a theta state. But if you're having trouble meditating and your mind keeps jumping around, play those binaural beats, they tend to entrain your brainwaves into a theta, and then you will be in a meditation state. And at least you get a sense of what it's like, and you can work from that spot. But then you have to know when to take the headphones off. You don't want to be stuck in a theta state. You want to be able to do whatever it is you have to do, not be locked into that state. The binaural beats are like training wheels on a bike. They're really handy for your 5-year-old to have training wheels on their bike because they won't fall over and have a bad experience and be afraid to get on the bike. But you'll never be a good bike rider if you have training wheels on your bike. So eventually you take them off so that they can ride their bike better without the training wheels. Binaural beats are like training wheels. Wonderful to get you started if you're not a practice meditator, but eventually you need to take them off and, you know, go on your own. You'll go farther that way than you will with binaural beats or with even trained to meditation. Meditation will tend to get you to a place and hold you there and stick you there.
I'm referring to your statement that one shouldn't like run against somebody else's will. And I was just wondering, is it possible to run against one's own will? I mean, it's not that I want to do that, but I'm just wondering.
Well, you know, in a way, your intellect and your fear does that all the time.
Oh.
It's very dysfunctional. You know, your fear is very dysfunctional. So there's a part of you that's being very dysfunctional, and then your intellect serves that fear, and that can be very dysfunctional. So yes, we tend to do things that are dysfunctional and not in our best interest all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that happens, but that's not really that you're overrunning your own free will. Because when it all boils down to all your fear and all your love and everything else, and you got a choice, you make that choice, and that's it. That's your choice. You see, it's yours. Your free will did it, even if there's components inside of you that kind of are at war with each other.
So the system wouldn't allow that.
Yeah, you can't
okay.
really run over your own free
Okay.
will.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, let's do some remote viewing exercises. Okay. All right, let's get started. Yeah, bang my gavel down. Call this meeting to order. Okay. Let's do some remote viewing. Actually, we've already done some. You were remote viewing when you were doing diagnosing. That's remote viewing. Remote viewing is just getting information out of a database. So you're not restricted to remote viewing a place that's here in this physical reality. You can remote view any place in this physical reality, including, you know, the stars or any other place that you want. But you can also remote view a forward in time to the future. You can remote view back in time to the past. Remote viewing is just getting data out of the database. Okay. So I've got some targets for you, and the keys with remote viewing are that you're open to, you know, I'm going to ask you what the picture's going to be. And I'm going to ask you that in several different ways, but when you go to find the picture, you go to see the picture so you know what the picture is, you'll be able to tell me what the picture is, even though I've got it turned around so you can't see it. Just take the first thing that comes into your mind. Don't guess. Don't listen for the sounds of my you know, writer there against a board. He did 4 squeaks, long squeaks, and then 3 little squeaks. What could that be? That's the wrong way to look at it. You have to just be open, put the intent, precise intent, and take the first thing you get, which should be pretty instantaneous right after you ask the question. So just relax, have fun. Just going to experiment with it, see what happens, right? No anxiety with having to get it right. All right, so first I'm going to draw a picture. I'm going to walk over and draw a picture, and I want you to tell me what it's going to be of. What is it? And you'll have to do it in the future, because I'm not going to draw it till after you come to your conclusion. So go look right now to see what picture I'm going to draw after everybody's already decided what I will draw. So we're going to remote view into the future. What will I draw? You can look at it and see it on the board. You can see it on a screen in front of you. You can see me turning that around and showing it to you. You can see it in all sorts of different ways, or you can do all of the above. Go ahead. Take the next minute to remote view what I'm going to draw. Okay, that's plenty of time. Any more time than that, you'll just be tripping over yourself. So let's see what it is I'm going to draw. Now, I did have something very specific in mind. The next one we'll do in the past. Well, I just turn this around. I don't need it this way now since we're doing it in the future. So here's what it is I'm going to draw. Try to make it big and fat so even people in the back can see it. So that's what I was going to draw. Arrows pointing upward. Now, you may have gotten that just in the sense of up. Look up. You may say, oh, pine trees, or spears, or weapons, or something like that. So there's all sorts of things, but did you get the basic architectural elements of it, which is lines and up is kind of the basic architectural. How many got that? Well, that's good. And a lot of you did. See? You're able to tell the future. Isn't that amazing? Okay. Okay, so you're able to tell the future. At least a lot of you were. There was about 50 people that got that. Well, maybe not, maybe 30 people that got that. Or at least got some element. Any quick questions about that process before we go to the next one? All right, let's go to the next one. You're so good at that, maybe we'll do another one like that. All right, so I'm going to do another one. I'm going to draw a second picture. We'll also make this one in the future. And then we'll do one that's in the past. So I'm going to draw a second picture. So now you know how the game's played. This picture will happen in about a minute. I'll give you that long to see if you can't remote view what it is. So go ahead. Okay, that's plenty of time. And again, there's lots of ways, lots of techniques, lots of tool sets you can use to do this. You can see me doing the drawing, and then see me standing here, there it is, this kind of thing, and then look and see what you see there. You can actually have a movie of me drawing the picture, or you can just see it on a board, see it on a TV screen. There's lots of ways to get it, lots of tools you can use to get it, but what I'm going to draw this time is okay. Now you can think of that as a bullseye, an archery target, an eyeball, the sun, and maybe planets going around it, you know, some kind of outer space theme. There's lots of things you may have gotten that would have that architectural construct. All right, how many got this one? Even more, yeah. A lot of people got that. You're pretty good. All right. All right, we'll put this one in. Now, I'm going to do one, it's not going to be in the future, it's going to be in the present. You can watch me draw it, except easel will be turned around this way, and I'm going to draw something, and as I draw it, you can tell me what I'm drawing. I'll give you a few minutes after I'm done to show, but here's a, now don't cheat. All right, what did I draw? It's done now. You probably got the very first element that I drew, because I said take the first thing that comes into your mind. So as I was drawing it, you probably got the first element. This is something you would not guess, because nobody my age should be drawing this, but that's what you got. Now, the first image that you probably got, the ones who got this, was the first square, the rectangle. Probably many people got just the rectangle because that was the first thing drawn. So it's some kind of stick critter, probably a horse, something that your 3-year-old would draw. Yeah, better targets are targets that are simple and just have architectural lines. The architectural lines here are the square and then some other little lines going off of it. That would have been a really good representation. So how many got this right? Not as many. This was harder. Okay, we got about maybe 8 people got this. We had about 30 people got the other 2. The square? Yeah, how many got just the square? Ah, yeah, okay. A lot of people got just the square. All right. So that's for pictures. Now we're going to do another one, and this will have you getting information out of the past. You're going to have to go into the past and deliver some information. This one's hard to do, but surprisingly, the last time we did this, which was in India, a lot of people got a lot of it right. I was surprised because this was a hard one, but they did real well with it. So maybe you will too. Richard Feynman, now deceased, was a very famous quantum physicist. Okay. He played a musical instrument. What musical instrument did he play? When did he die? When did he die? And of what? So here you get to do a diagnosis. You can look at Richard Feynman just before he died and do a diagnosis. So when did he die? Look for a number. And of what? How old was he when he died? And what day of the week did he die on? Okay, so it's Richard Feynman, played a musical instrument. What was it? When did he die? And of what? At what age? What day did he die? Okay, so I went through that real quick because all you have to do is flash, get it, it's done. Flash, get it, and it's done. It's not like you got to process and work on it. If you got to work on it, you're probably not going to get it. You got to just grab it when it's there instantly. All right. He played the bongo drums. So if you got a couple of circles, yeah, bongo drums, 2 circles, it's played with the fingers. Bongo drums. Okay. He died, he was born in 1918, but he died Monday night, so the day was Monday, in Los Angeles of abdominal cancer. He was 69 years old, and he died on February 17th, 1988. Did anybody get any of that? Yes. Yes, oh, a bunch of people got pieces of it. It's about 15 people got parts of that. Okay, how many people got 2 elements of that? Well, several. What did you get?
I got the drum and the year 88.
And the date?
I got the drum and the year,
the year.
88.
You got 88.
The year of death.
Now see, what's the probability that he'll get the 88? See, that's pretty specific, isn't it? Could have been all sorts of numbers. Okay?
Hello? Yeah. No, it's funny. During the break, I was looking a video of Feynman on YouTube. But didn't get when he was born in the video. But it's funny.
Yeah. Anybody else get pieces of that? Okay, some in the back.
I think Tom really does this just to give me exercise.
Yeah, I've got Monday, cancer, instrument, I imagine tambourine, round, but it was drum, so
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get age, and I've got 1968, so no.
1968
Yeah.
instead of 88. That's close.
Thomas, sorry. The target before, I need to say something about that.
What's that?
I was bored to close my eyes, so I just looked at this here. It's written Targus TG6660TG. So the 666 is the number of the beast in the Bible. And it's a bull with a horn, so I said, oh, it will not be a bull, it will be a cow. And then you turned that it was a cow. It's so funny.
That's good.
See, and that one's interesting because he didn't get it visual. These exercises are really designed for visuals. You could, instead of seeing these things, just get the message like he did, that it's cow. You know, then if you're not a visual, you might not see anything, but you still might get a sense or feeling.
Yeah, I got death of year 87 and yeah, stomach cancer. So a little close.
Yeah. Very close.
Tom's a visual. I think you can tell that by his tools.
Yeah. Okay, well that was really pretty impressive. That's good. We have just a few final questions that people would like to ask. that's the end of the remote viewing. And if we have some more questions, we can take those. Okay, we have one in the back.
If we're going to do questions, we'd like to have them queue up like before. It's hard to run around the room between questions.
Well,
So,
okay, we got an hour, don't we? An hour?
yeah, a little over an hour.
Almost an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. And if you would stand right here. Thank you.
I was wondering, is the moon out in the sky a real physical object, or is just an image in the sky? And what about the other planets in the solar system? And if not, then what does NASA do there?
This is a virtual reality. The whole universe is a virtual reality. All of the physical universe is a virtual reality. There's a moon in the World of Warcraft, and a sun. There's day and it goes night, and you get stars and moons and things in the World of Warcraft. They're just virtual. The moon is virtual. All the stars are virtual. This room you're standing in is virtual. The planet's virtual. Everything is part of a virtual reality. That means it's all just computed. It's information on a hard drive someplace. Dynamic information continually changing. Your body is computed. So is the moon real? It's as real as anything else. It's all real. Okay? It's just computed is what it is. It's all here. There's nothing here that gets more real than computed. That's the nature of a virtual reality. NASA is a virtual NASA. They shoot virtual rockets with virtual avatars in them up into space, virtual space. So there's no inconsistency. It's not like we live in the real world, but the moon is someplace else. It's all a big virtual universe. It's computed. That's what virtual means.
My question is because I remember you said once that some things are, let's say, more real than others. That is when there are lots of conscious observers, there is a reality that is more fixed, so to say, that is more likable to be the same for a longer period of time than other stuff in this reality. So I wonder if the moon always is the same, if the moon gets visited, as we are told, and so on. I mean...
Well, there is that, and that is that we have the moon as, let's say we just look at the moon, right, and all we see is one side of it for a long time. Now, we have had astronauts that fly around it, and they took lots of pictures, so we have photographs of the backside of the moon. But let's say that hadn't happened yet, that nobody had seen the backside of the moon. All we look at is the front side. Data in our data stream then only defines the front side of the moon. It doesn't define any more. We always see the same side, and that's all we have data for. There is no data to define the backside. It's just potential. There is no backside to the moon, if you will. It doesn't exist because it's not in anybody's data stream. It's not that it doesn't exist physically. Nothing exists physically. It doesn't exist in our data streams because nobody's looking at it because it's on the backside of the moon. Nobody gets to see it. So now somebody goes out and goes around and takes a picture. What are they going to see the first time they round the cusp to look at part of the other side? Well, there's lots of things that could be there, but we expect that they will be consistent. They have to be consistent with what we've seen on the front side, right? We're not going around to the back side and see a forest of pine trees. That wouldn't make sense. So it's going to have to be something that's consistent with the rule set about what we see, so there's no discontinuities. But we don't know exactly where the craters are going to be or other kinds of structures that might be there. We have no idea. So we go around and there's 100 possibilities of what we might see and where things might be. Is there a crater here? Is there not a crater here? Well, first time they look, all of that's computed in this first chart I had up here in a probability distribution of the possibilities. Random draws are taken out, and that's what they see. And from then on, anybody else that goes up there and looks will see that, because now that's a part, it's a fact in our reality system. If they ever saw anything different, there'd be discontinuity in our reality system. But then the spaceship comes back and the spaceship lands and they show everybody the pictures. Now, what about the backside of the moon? Is it back there being that? No, it's not in anybody's data stream. Now all we have in our data stream is the front side of the moon again. There is no backside of the moon. But if anybody goes back out there, they'll see the same backside that the first people saw when they went there, because now that's a part of this reality. So that's the way that works. So the stars, what are they? Are they these gases and you know, big hydrogen clouds and all this other stuff? They're just little points of light to you and I on a starry night. It only takes one bit. You know, it's a certain brightness of light at a certain location. That's it. That's all it is. It's very cheap. Now we take a big microscope and a telescope, and we look up there. Oh, we see all kinds of complexity. It's got swirls and whirls and clouds and shapes and all that sort of thing. And as long as they're looking through that telescope, they'll see that. When they turn that telescope off or just move their head and don't look through the lens anymore, nothing. See, that's the virtual reality. Now, if you go back with another telescope and look at that same spot, you'll see the same thing.
In this logic, it will be possible to see maybe, I don't know, Arthurians spaceships landing on our Earth or something like that, because there is stories or something like that that may create these actually beings.
Well, the thing is, the system doesn't just make stuff up. You know, we have to make measurements. We're players. So the players observe things. The players look, and when they look, the system has to send us data to represent what we're looking at. So if we look out at a field and there's no spaceships on it, then we don't see any spaceships. If there's some other being who lives in spaceships that fly over here and land them in that field, now there's a reason for spaceships to be there, and that becomes part of this reality, and then when you look, you'll find spaceships. But you have to have somebody that's flown them there to get that. The system won't just plant spaceships there one day because it's feeling like being zany. You know, it doesn't do that. They have to come here according to the rule set. Things that happen here have to happen only according to the rule set. So the rule set says that things fly, you know, less than the speed of light. You know, it's mass, time, energy, gravity. All of those things are parts of the rule set. Physics, biology. So it has to abide by that. So it has to come from someplace. It can't just materialize there. But is it possible that something like that could happen? Sure. Anything could happen. If there's little green men somewhere on the other side of the Milky Way, and they're on their way here, and they get here someday, and they land in the field, then somebody at that time will see them landing in the field, and that will be news. So yes, those things can happen. Hardly anything's impossible to happen, but it needs to happen according to the rule set. They have to come from somewhere. You know, they have to have means to get there. The rule set requires certain process. They don't just show up.
Thank you.
In one of Bob Monroe's book, he's mentioning meeting entity which has been kind of living for a very long time. I'm not sure, one of his last books. And I wanted to ask, when we die, we get reborn with a clean slate because we don't want to be burdened with memories of previous lives. But is there a point when we achieve certain evolution where we can just not need to die?
Possible, if that's part of a plan, you know, if that's in the process of growing up, then if it serves the purpose, yes. For most of us, not dying would not serve a very good purpose because we're full of fear and ego. As you get older, you tend to paint yourself in a corner because you've been there, done that, and you know it all. And your ability to learn new things and take on new ideas and grow and have new insights starts to get less and less and less. So eventually you paint yourself in a corner full of belief and ego, and you're kind of stuck there. So just to stay stuck there isn't very valuable. So you need to recycle and get a fresh start. So that's why recycling is important. But if you were an entity that would continue to be vibrant and aware and learning and new things, then there would be no reason to have to recycle like that. You could continue with that, but that would be a pretty special being. It's not one that we'd see around here very often, but just something like that could happen, as long as that then serves that being's potential growth. They can maximize their growth by not dying, or do they have to die in order to maximize their potential growth because they get stuck and that gets them unstuck? So it just depends. The system will kind of let you do whatever as long as it's on your path to growing up.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikki. First of all, I would like to thank Tom and his team for everything they're doing. My question has to do about the future of the scientists might be conducting their work in the future. As I come from the country that inventor Nikola Tesla is from, I have a reading about his life. I came to learn that when he did his main experiments, he actually did them first in his mind. So he was contemplating and probably meditating, and since the early age about it, since his early childhood, he's been training his abilities. So he said that when they asked him how come he knew how these inventions will work, he said, of course, I knew how they will work because I worked on them for many, many times, and I could adjust them in my mind. And so it almost every time turned out the way he thought it would. So my question is, can you envision that as we evolve in the future, that the scientists might also change the way they do things? Or something else you would like to talk about this?
Yeah, absolutely. That's available. See, all that data in the database, all that future probability, all of the possibilities out there, that's available. And you can tap into that and work with it. Most inventiveness, most creativity, whether it's a plot for a new mystery novel or a sci-fi novel or whatever, a lot of creativity comes from people doing just that. They kind of get in the zone and it just flows in and they put it down on the paper. A lot of scientific discoveries just pop into somebody's head. They have this aha moment while they're half asleep or in a dream or something else. But that's a very typical kind of way that people get out of the box. We're kind of stuck in the box of our beliefs and the things we think we know. And it's hard to think of new things that are incompatible with the things we know. Because once here's the things we know, then we only let things through that filter if they are compatible with the things we know. But the breakthroughs are things that are incompatible with what we know. And that means you have to think out of the box, beyond what is possible now with what you know. And a lot of that is done because people's minds go out and get information from elsewhere. They can see how things go together. Most big discoveries, I think, are mental constructs long before they ever get spoken about here. True of most artists, most novelists. Where does that come from? To what they do, what they create. It's all mental before it ever gets physical, indeed.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I can understand that disease and tough life situations can create an opportunity for growth, but sometimes, for example, I read a story about a child who was born into this world, lived a very short life. He died. He was killed at 5 years old, and he was basically tortured physically and emotionally his entire life by his dysfunctional parents. I was wondering, do IUOCs voluntarily choose to go through such experience packets? And if so, why? What's the point?
Well, they voluntarily choose to incarnate into a particular situation. We have free will. What that turns into later isn't always predictable or even obvious to see, particularly things that are extreme. Sometimes extreme things are stuff that just boils up. Somebody's obsession, you know, somebody's mind snaps, somebody goes a little crazy for some reason and they do a lot of damage. A lot of that's not necessarily probable or not well known that that's what's going to happen. So mostly they don't know about that. On the other hand, to incarnate into a life that's short and miserable, that, well, to 5 years old, it's, you know, they've had some choices that they could make, some growing that they could do, and of course they then have a lot of misery to deal with. If they deal with that misery well, if they somehow come out of that a better person rather than a worse person, then it would have been a very successful incarnation for them. Sometimes that happens. A lot of times it doesn't. A book by Viktor Frankl comes to mind. He was a Jew in World War II. His family was killed. His children were killed. His wife was killed. He was imprisoned. He was about to be killed when his death camp got liberated, okay? And he came out of that a better person. You'd expect him to be angry, mad, you know, upset, traumatized, all that. He was tortured as well. Instead, he wrote books about a new viewpoint of psychology, something that he gathered out of his experience. So he took something horrendous, and he had no blame. You know, he wasn't pointing fingers at that, how awful that happened to me and that sort of thing. He came out of it a better person with a bigger understanding that things just are the way they are. People are who they are. Stuff happens. We get to deal with it, right? That's the right attitude. Because he had that right attitude, he took a great leap forward in his own development. So that was a hugely successful incarnation for him, even though it, by our standards, would say was pretty awful. Viktor Frankl, you can look him up. Anyway, so we don't know for sure whether that 5-year-old you're talking about had a really successful incarnation or not. It could have been really successful. Stuff happens. Free will choices get made, and then, you know, the results follow. It's not about being fair or unfair. And generally, no, an entity's not going to say, "Oh, can I get tortured this time?" You know, that's probably not likely. But that stuff does happen. A lot of it happens in where there is big social unrest, you know, war and famine and that kind of thing. Other times, I can remember back in the, I guess it was 60s or 70s, when there was famine in Biafra, and we got all these pictures in the news of these little children that looked like they were maybe 6 or 7 with the big bloated bellies from lack of food and big eyes and flies all over them, sort of thing. It was really horrific pictures. And you think, wow, how awful. On the other hand, if you saw families that were that way, you know, the mother looked like a skeleton and so on, they were all hanging together. Whatever little bit they had, they were sharing. They were all hugging. They were all looked like. They were even smiling and laughing and throwing sticks around and playing games and that sort of thing. So as awful as that looked, they dealt with it and successfully dealt with it. They probably didn't live very long, but it may have been a very successful incarnation where they learned a lot. So even things that are horrific aren't necessarily a bad deal for the entities that come into it. Sometimes they are. And sometimes that'll leave scars or fears that they'll take into their next life. And now it was a step backward. Very unfortunate. But then things happen. They have a lot more lives to work on to climb back out of that hole.
And do we have the free will to back out if things get too extreme for us?
We do, in a sense. I mean, everybody generally has that opportunity. It's called suicide, right? To back out if things get too tough for you. but I wouldn't jump to that too quickly. And it's not likely that a 5-year-old boy would contemplate that or have the means or ability to pull that off. But people can drop out. And if there's something awful, imminent to happen to you, almost everybody drops out. If you fall off a high building, you probably are gone as far as no longer in that body before the body hits the ground. You go elsewhere.
So it could be that the child wasn't even there the moment that...
It could be, if it was in that much distress, it could be that the child wasn't even there. That it had already opted out because it didn't look like there was any future there. No lesson to learn. Now, if there are lessons to learn, which is deal with it, however harsh that is, then they may have still been there. But let's say the system decides that this is not something they were able to deal with. It's beyond their capacity to deal with. There's a good chance they weren't there. They were taken out before it did them harm.
Okay, thank you.
Hello again. If you go to another virtual reality that is a physical matter reality like ours, and you communicate with other entities there, how do they perceive you? So do you get a temporary avatar in whose shape you appear in that physical matter virtual reality?
Well, it can happen two ways. That's one way it can happen. You can take on a physical avatar in that reality. That's just as simple as being, instantiated into their data stream. Okay, it's not like you suddenly have to get born and grow up real fast. You can just appear with a body. But to do that, you have to take some precautions that you don't create any discontinuities in their system. So you wouldn't want to do that on stage in front of 5,000 people, that you just pop out and say, here I am. That's not a good idea. That won't happen. So it's going to be someplace where there isn't anybody and nobody's looking and whatever, and it happens in the margins where it's pretty much invisible. Now, you just then start with a fully mature adult body, and you can walk around and interact that way. You also have certain rules you have to follow, as to not bring anything back, not make any big fuss, create any trouble, somehow, be dysfunctional in that. It's more of an ability to learn, just to see what's there and how it works and how the beings are, that kind of thing. So that's one way.
Yeah, sorry.
If you don't abide by those rules, and you do kind of make a mess of things, then you won't be allowed to do it the next time. You have to do that with the system's concurrence, because that's how you end up getting instantiated into their data stream. Not that you do that yourself, but that gets done for you. Now, there's another way, and that is you can just interact with them, just like we're talking about interacting consciousness to consciousness, which means you stay outside their reality. You can see them in their reality. You can see their avatars and their interactions, but they don't see you. You're just a consciousness, and you can chat with them. They may or may not be conscious that you're chatting with them. You'd be chatting with another dimension of themselves, you might say, like we just talked about. So that's possible. Or they might be aware that you're chatting with them.
And so if you make sure you get a good entrance, so that you don't pop out of nothing in front of anybody.
Right.
But then the exit, if you
Same
should
thing.
get so distracted in this reality that all your attention now has to be in this reality, then you might need to suddenly leave the other one. So you could disappear in front of people there, or
possibly, but not likely. If that was likely, and the system knows pretty much what's likely and what's not. If that was likely, then you would be given a message that it's time to leave, and you'd go someplace like Superman, you'd get in a telephone booth and disappear. You'd do something inconspicuous that didn't create a problem, is what you would do. And the system is pretty good about seeing those kinds of things happening, right? It knows what's going on everywhere, so it kind of keeps up with that, and if it's time for you to go, they tell you it's time to go. So you have to be a good player. You have to cooperate with the system, or you won't get a body.
And you
now,
sorry. Yeah.
We get that happening here as well, and not because there are other IUOCs or individuated units of consciousness touring here, you know, as tourists, but often there is a specific need for somebody to be at a particular place at a particular time, and there really isn't anybody around to do that. So what I call a cameo appearance, somebody will just show up, do what needs to be done, and disappear. And you'll find history is full of that, where, you know, Timmy falls in the well, you know, old Lassie movie, right? Timmy falls in the well, and there's nobody around who's going to find Timmy. And in a, you know, so many hours or whatever, Timmy's going to die down there in that well. So some stranger shows up, throws a rope to Timmy, pulls him off, dusts him off. Timmy runs off home. Stranger disappears. Nobody knows who it was, who did it, or where they came from, or where they went to. They're just gone. Well, that kind of thing happens, and it's happened hundreds of times. The system saw that it was not in the best interest of entropy reduction for Timmy to die in the well, and for whatever reasons, parents, uncles, aunts, you know, there's a lot of people Timmy interacts with, so if somebody had played a cameo role, got a body here, did something that needed to be done, and then disappears. Often somebody will appear like that, deliver some information, and then disappear. So that happens often. Again, it's in the margins. It's not like that happens everywhere, every day. It happens a few places, only occasionally, but it does. So it's the same sort of thing. Now that is probably what I'd call an NPC, non-player character. In video games, that's the character that the computer plays, not somebody else that's logged on. So that could be just the larger conscious system playing a character. If it can do that without anybody noticing, why not? But it has to do it in a way that nobody notices. Doesn't leave a trail or anything.
Okay. And your avatar in the other virtual reality, what it looks like, that would be a random draw, or would that have something to do with?
No, what it looks like is what everybody else looks like. You got to blend into whatever reality you're in. So if the reality you're in are a bunch of cone-shaped people that wobble around to move, then that's what you are. And then you have a problem, because it's really hard to wobble around and move, because that takes skills that you haven't developed yet. So yes, you have to look like them and have all the same outer shapes. Otherwise, it'd be there would be a discontinuity. You know, if you show up and instead of a cone, you're a square or something, you know, then those things just don't exist there. So you become a problem for that reality by showing up there. So yeah, you got to blend in. You have to look like they do. You look like they do. You dress like they do. You sound like they do when you speak. And another question would be, what about language? You know, you can just speak their language. You speak and they understand. Exactly how that works, but I guess there's a translation going on in between. So you speak and they understand, they speak and you understand. I've never had a language problem.
Thank you. So next workshop, you'll teach us how to wobble then.
It was tough.
Thank you. Yeah, as far as did you understand you right, one could distinguish a living being from a non-living object in a way that the living being tends to, when it grows up, tends to lower its entropy, where the rock maybe tends to break down, maybe sand, and it will get in a state of higher entropy. What I have been asking me is, for example, when I look out of the window in the winter and when you see a nice evolving ice trees and this stuff, you know, what I would say they are non-living, that are objects which evolve in a kind of sense in the nature, but this looks like they are going to a higher order rather than to a lower order. So,
well, it depends on what you define the system. Okay, if you have a system of, if you just look at the rain as a system, Okay, and the rain comes down and it hits trees and it freezes. And it freezes into pretty little crystals that have lots of shape, and design in them. And it sticks to the trees. And then you end up with snow on the tree branches or icicles hanging down. Okay, now you take what was random, which was random raindrops just spread randomly everywhere, and you've created these pretty little patterns that are, quite beautiful sometimes on a tree. So you might say that that was, if you just look at rain and its position in space as a system, then that rain configured as ice on a tree limb would be a lower entropy configuration, right, if that's your system. So first, to compute entropy, you need a system that you start with. And within that system, then entropy can change relative to the system of what you start with. So random rain versus structures would be a lowering of entropy. Then the sun comes out, it turns back into water vapor, which is just scattered everywhere in the atmosphere, and it's back to high entropy again. But entropy changes when things grow. We grow up, like you say, that lowers entropy. Crystals grow too. Crystals will grow. You give the right kind of a solution and give it a little stimulus or a seed or something for it to crystallize around, and you suddenly get lots of structure, very precise structure, and the entropy suddenly drops. So it's not only living things that can grow and reduce entropy, but it takes effort, it takes energy to do that. The child growing up has to constantly be fed, it has to absorb a lot of energy in order to do that. Even the crystal has to absorb energy. The energy has to come from someplace in order for it to do that. So it's a process that has to be fed.
But the crystal would not be able to, like you say, put himself up on his own bootstraps, right?
No, the crystal can't do that. The crystal's algorithmic. The crystal can't even pick what kind of crystal it's going to be, and whether it's a 4-sided or 8-sided or 10-sided or hexagonal. There's all kinds of different shaped crystals. And there's no choice there. It just does what it does because those are the rules in the rule set. So it's very algorithmic. There's no choice making. It grows, but not by choice. It grows by rule set.
By rule set, okay. Okay. May I ask one last other question? You say that the information system is digital. I find that quite obvious, but and that it is binary. But I had some colleagues doubting this, and I would ask you, how do you come to this conclusion? Why it's not maybe analog, or why it's not having 3 or 4 states per chunk, let's say?
Well, one thing I would say is that everything that we've been able to measure sufficiently accurately is digital. We've never measured anything ever that didn't break into pieces, into smallest chunks. So it just seems to be the nature of our reality. If you look at things, you'll find cells, you'll find units. You look inside the cells, you'll find discrete things. We observe by a photon hitting our eye, being focused by our lens, going to the retina, which then creates a little voltage in the nerve. Well, that little voltage is a discrete thing. It has a beginning and it has an end. And it goes down and rearranges neurons, which are little things, you see. So everything seems to be discrete. The only 2 things that we have not yet found experimentally to be discrete are time and space. But that's because the chunks of time and chunks of space at a discrete level are too small for us to measure. We can calculate about what they are. Our best guess is what's called Planck time and Planck length. Okay, and looking at those, about 10 to the minus 44 seconds in time and about 10 to the minus 36 meters in space. And that's where physics says that our reality starts to pixelate. So our math tells us it'll pixelate. Our quantum mechanics says everything comes in discrete chunks. Well, now you're talking about little things. When an atom emits radiation, it only emits it in this, this wavelength and that wavelength and that one, nothing in between. always just those, and always in these steps based on its structure. So everything that we've been able to measure at small, and that's why I'm talking about little things, little particles and atoms and things, the smaller and smaller we get, everything is discrete. Everything's digital. So to think that somehow time and space are different would probably be a bad guess. There's no reason why they should be unique. Time and space, plus when quantum mechanics says here's about the time and the level of space where it's not discrete, then it's a pretty good bet that it's digital. So I'd offer that as an argument. The second argument would be, if you see it as digital, it makes a lot more sense. You can do better physics, you see. You can explain, if you see it as digital and you see it as virtual reality, which has to be digital, information comes in bits, which are discrete pieces, then you can do better physics. You can explain all kinds of things that otherwise you can't explain. When you see plants growing in, according to a series of numbers, according to mathematics, then you figure it must be discrete. So I'd just say it's a good guess. There's not a proof other than it seems to work better than the other assumption that space and time are analog. That doesn't really hold up in anything that we've ever measured.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
Okay, and I want to make a comment. The queue that we have now is as long as we can take. We have a hard stop at 6. So I don't want anybody to be standing there and not get to ask their questions. So
Well,
don't
yeah.
queue up. If we get through these people before 6, we'll take more, but don't queue up now.
Hi, Tom. My question is a little bit of follow-up from his question, and it's related to quantum computers, right? So recently we're exploring quantum computers to do applications that can explore multiple choices at the same time. And this is real already. We have render applications and stuff like that.
Right there for sale on the marketplace.
No, yeah, but
quantum computers are.
Yeah. So my question is, given that we're discussing that it is discrete, but a quantum computer theoretically explores a lot of possibilities at the same time, right? So does the universe that simulates us is a quantum computer, or is a digital computer that for each time step that we have, it has a lot of sub-time steps that computes all paths of a possible electron, for example, and then just spits out one of the probabilities of this path to be computed, but actually it's computed and it's more in the sequential, discrete way, instead of just this quantum stuff that can magically explore all the possibilities at the same time.
It's hard to say. I talk about the model in terms of simple, binary, discrete processing, because that's what everybody understands. If I used any other metaphors, I would be using metaphors that were too hard to explain. So that's where my explanations tend to be, is in the standard, old school digital processing. It's just a better metaphor. Okay. Now, how does the system actually work? It may not be either. It may be something else. Who knows? It could be quantum computing, because that's a lot faster and more efficient. It could be something that we haven't thought about yet, some other kind of computing that is a whole lot better than quantum computing. It's hard to say. Now you're looking for the nuts and bolts of how it works. It works in whatever way it has that's most efficient, is all I can say. Because it's an evolving system, it tends to efficiency. Whatever it finds more efficient, that's going to be the technology it uses until it finds something more efficient than that. So I have no idea. The reason I don't talk about quantum computers is it just makes the metaphors harder to understand. And all the points that I want to get across, all the understanding I can make with simpler metaphors. No need to make complex metaphors where they don't add anything. So that's why I say it the way I do. But no, I don't necessarily think that it's binary. It may not be binary. Binary is a very limited concept. And it's just straightforward. It's easy to think about.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is about our position according to data, or what you call reality. So you're saying we are in a virtual reality, and behind that there is this consciousness that maybe manages or anything. But I would argue maybe that this consciousness is in itself another virtual reality of another consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And in that sense, you have kind of a model where it's a Russian doll that
Mm-hmm.
basically developed. So in terms of your evolution, are you going, and even our scientists might come up with a virtual reality that is has an artificial intelligence, and it becomes another,
right.
you know, like so
Mm-hmm.
on. Or perhaps it evolves sidewise. I mean, you are in another server, but you are in that sense close to the original consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So our
Right.
position, according to that, do you have any idea? Perhaps it's irrelevant. I don't know, but
Yeah. My idea is that it is conjecture. You can make lots of conjecture, and the conjecture might be true or might not be true, but we don't have any way of settling that conjecture because we're inside the system. And as far as we're concerned, you know, we're like the elf now, inside a system. As far as the elf's concerned, he's in a physical system and everything else is non-physical, period. He could have conjecture that he's in a physical system that has been computed by, you know, aliens like us, and that we've made a computer and we've done that. But see, that gives the elf his own consciousness. The elf isn't really conscious. It takes a player to be conscious, not the elf. So yes, you can have systems inside of systems. You can have a virtual reality that creates a virtual reality, it creates a virtual reality, and that becomes an infinite, you know, regression. But I don't think that goes anywhere other than interesting conjecture as possibilities. All we can really know is that this system is our superset. Now, does this system have a superset? Outside of our ability to tell, because we are of this system. We can't get out to explore that. We're consciousness. We're pieces of consciousness in this system. Now, in my book, I do a little conjecture, and I talk about, well, you know, this, what I call it, Aum, you know, this larger conscious system may be just a cell in the body of another larger conscious system. And then I make jokes about that being an Aumosaurus, you know, so we can do that kind of conjecture, but we shouldn't take it too seriously, because being stuck in here,
doesn't
in this
matter.
Consciousness, we can't get outside of what we are. We can't get outside of consciousness to look and see the bigger picture there, because we are consciousness. So I think that's going to remain as conjecture and nothing more, which means it can be fun and it can even be interesting to see the possibilities, but I don't believe it's useful as far as taking us someplace new with new information.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense. And in terms of management of this system?
In terms of management, any complex system has to have management.
Mm-hmm.
Information systems are managed by something which we call an operating system. The operating system has all the rules about how all the rest of the stuff works and how it interfaces and how it interacts. So I would say that the larger conscious system, one of its functions, you know, one besides the fact that it's the computer for our virtual reality and we're pieces of it, it has another function, which is as the operating system. That's the management function, the executive function, if you will, to make the rules and enforce them. And in order to do that, it probably needs other helpers, lower level, vice presidents, if you will, you see? And the vice presidents probably need division heads, and so on, until you get down to, you know, 10 or 20 virtual realities like ours, you know, that are all in one division. So, yes, there is structure. There is management structure. There has to be. Very complex things need rules. Rules need to be enforced, particularly if those complex things aren't just algorithmic. They have free will. So, don't want to create too much havoc within the system that is trying to reduce its entropy. Therefore, you need management. Without management, typically you end up with chaos.
Thank you.
Okay, just one question. So if I understood well, at the basis there is data, and I've got difficulties to understand how emotions are data. If someone, for instance, bursts into crying, I've got difficulties to define this with data.
Okay. Crying is an expression of our avatar. Our avatar can cry. It's a lot of quick jerks of the diaphragm, you know, certain kind of noises, tear ducts run, certain things our avatar does that expresses crying. That is an expression of the player. Okay? Now, you play World of Warcraft, you can't make your elf cry, but you can make him dance. There's a button you can push and your elf will, you know, go do the boogie woogie for a while and dance around the screen. But I suspect if they wanted to, they could make one that would make them cry too, if that expressed. So the consciousness has ways of expressing itself. Its feelings. It has feelings because feelings are also, you know, they're also computed. You can break a feeling down into its, you know, into its components. The feeling can be described. So when you get into that, when the consciousness gets into that kind of a feeling or mood or whatever it is, where crying is the way it expresses itself, then the avatar does that. That's its thing. So the consciousness, the consciousness and the avatar are connected. The consciousness makes the choices, the avatar acts them out. So the consciousness feels like crying, the avatar cries, and it does that because the rule set has created the biology to express that kind of an emotion. Funny thing is that when you laugh, it's the same set of things. The diaphragm jiggles, you know, the tear ducts run, and you make almost the same faces.
Okay.
You know, you get just about the same look. So the laughing and crying, you know, maybe they were trying to save resources there, right? They, instead of doing the crying mode and the smell, they just did one and said, well, you just use this one for both, you know.
Kind of copy-paste.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot.
What is all has to do with love?
Why does it have to do with love?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a good question. I skipped over that in my little introductory part yesterday because I was trying to get through early, but it is an important part. What it has to do with love is that if you have a social system, which is a bunch of individuated units of consciousness, and they are interacting, and the system itself wants to decrease entropy. So the system says, well, what's the optimum way to decrease entropy among all of these little units of consciousness? And a way that we can understand how that works, let's think of, we take 1,000 individual units of consciousness, all identical, just the same. Here's 1,000 of them, and not that all 1,000 are identical, but here's another identical 1,000 over here. So we have two sets. Each has 1,000 and they're identical. We give each set resources. Here's your resources, things you can do. Language, other things, interaction tools, let them have fire and maybe brass or whatever they're doing, and give them some rocks to throw. And we give them resources. And then we will let them interact and use the resources however they want. Except this one group, they will be made such that their decisions and choices are always about other. They're about cooperation, working together, building things together, sharing the work, sharing the results of the work, sharing the wealth, whatever. They're very other-focused. The other set of 1,000 will be very self-focused. It's all about them. They're fear-based. This first set was love-based. And then we just let those two go and see what happens. This is an experiment. Well, what happens over here on the fear-based side is that because they're self-centered, there is no trust. Because there's no trust, everybody tends to grab the resources they need and tries to hold on to them, protect them. Then they find out that if they're bigger than one of the others, they can take the little guy's resources away from him and get more resources, and they don't care about that little guy. It's not their problem, it's his problem. It's everybody out for themselves. Then they find out that 2 or 3 can get together and gang up on others and take their stuff, And once that happens, everybody wants to gang up with another gang to protect them against the other gangs. And you know, the bunch of gangs, right? Eventually the gangs get so big that we call them nations. Then what happens, it looks a lot like where we live, that group that's based on fear. That's kind of the way they are. And by the time they're done, the 100 years went by or whatever, you'll find that most of the resources are controlled by a very small percentage of the IUCs there, right? And everybody else works hard and gets little. That's just the way that works out. That's the way that works. Now look over here at this bunch that's based on cooperation, caring about other. Well, they share the resources. When they build things that work for everybody. Somebody has a good idea, somebody invents something, has a new concept, shares it with everybody. Over here, you get a new idea, you keep it to yourself because that's your advantage, you see? So when they're all done, the love side and the fear side, which one has the lower entropy system? The love side, right? So what that tells us is that when consciousness evolves to lower entropy, it's evolving toward love. It's evolving toward caring. Because the low entropy side that has structure, that has content that's shared, that everybody participates in, that's a highly ordered and a highly structured thing. Over here, when somebody builds something up that's kind of neat, somebody else wants to tear it down because they want it. Or they're resentful that somebody else has it and they don't have it. They're constantly warring with each other, trying to get each other's stuff, you see. That's high entropy. So that tells you that you have a conscious system. It wants to lower entropy. That's how it survives. It's going to do that by evolving toward becoming love. So that's what love is all about, is that this whole system of consciousness, what we're about, we're evolving. What are we evolving to? Becoming love. Because as we evolve, the whole system evolves because we're a part of that system. So that's what it has to do with love. That's why we know what our mission is. We've got a purpose here. We're in an entropy reduction trainer where we're supposed to learn how to become love. We're supposed to learn how to cooperate. We're supposed to learn how to get along with each other, how to care for each other, for it about other rather than about self. And that's why, inevitably, we will get there because that is the force of evolution working in that direction in this system that evolves by entropy reduction, you see. So that's why the other day when I was talking about the cultures and so on, that's why I'm saying we will get there eventually. This will be, we humans will end up there because evolution just keeps chugging along. Even if it gets setbacks, it keeps working that direction. And if we look back 300 years, we can say, well, we've come a long way. We're a lot better off now. We're a lot more cooperative than we were in the 1600s. There was very little cooperation going on. Everybody was fighting with everybody. It all looked like this. Well, it still looks mostly like that fear-based thing I was describing, sort of describes us. But we are a lot gentler, kinder, and more caring than we used to be. So it's working. It's just very, very slow. So that's what love has to do with it. It's what we do. It's our mission is to let go of our self-centeredness, our fear, our ego, all about us. See, fear is about you. Fear is not about somebody else. Fear is about you. Self-centered is about you. Ego is about you. And belief is about you too. So that's all, me-centered. And love is all about somebody else. It's not about you. It has to be about what can you do? How can I help? Not what can I get? So
thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, I guess we could take another question if somebody's dying to ask one.
Even if they're not dying, we'll let them ask.
No, I'm not dying. But I want to pose this question to both you and your wife because I know that you're a father and you're a mother. So my question to you would be, how do we have to raise our children for them to become, loving people, and what are your advice to people? What do we have to do to make the world a better place by educating our children right?
Okay, I'll go first, and I'll let Pamela say what she has to say. The way that you become perfect parents is by growing up and becoming perfect adults. You know, the way you treat children is very individual to that child. Children are all different. If somebody says to you, well, here's the thing you do for all children, you know, that's probably not right. Children are very individual. If you are love, if you are caring, and you care about them and not just yourself, you're not self-centered, then it's about them. If it's about them, you'll do fine as a parent, you see. You'll see their needs. You'll feel their anxieties and things. If it's about them, you'll try to work with them. That doesn't mean give them everything they want, because if it's about them, you know that giving them everything they want hurts them, doesn't help them, and you want to help them. They have to learn to grow up to have responsibility, to take charge of things, to make good decisions, and they can do that only if you give them an opportunity to make choices. If you make all their choices for them, they've got no practice at making choices. So it's a matter of realizing that they have free will and they need to exercise it. They need to express how they feel, what they think, and we need to listen and not tell them that don't think that, don't say that, you know, don't do that, don't be that, don't feel that. Well, of course they feel it, you know, and they express it. They should express themselves. And it's up to us to help them express themselves better, more accurately, more effectively. You know, there's some ways that you can get somebody's attention. You know, you can cry or you can holler, or you can throw a rock through a window, you know, and we can explain that some ways are better than others. You know, come in and cry if you feel that way. Don't throw the rock through the window. And it's that kind of thing. You guide their choices, but you don't make their choices. You have to realize that there's in various ages, when they're 3 years old, you may have to put a lock on the gate and restrict their free will to play in the street, because they just can't make those choices themselves. They don't understand about being run over by cars. It's not in their reality. So there you do override their free will. But by the time they're getting older, you have to give them more and more of their own decisions. You see, you give that up until they've made enough decisions that they're adults, they can go off on their own and make good decisions. If you've made them all for them until they have to go off as adults, they're lost. They have no idea what to do and how to do it. So that's what we do. First we get our own head on straight, and if we get that done, everything else will just work out. The rest of it, just do it the way you feel like it and the way it comes. Always having a big picture, not the little picture. Don't get trapped in fear for your children. That will create fear in your children. You know, if you say, oh, I don't want my child to grow up to be a drug addict, therefore I won't let them go out of the house. I'll know exactly where they are, who they're with. I'll go with them, you know. Until they're 18, they'll only go on a date if they go with me, you know. We can do that, and sure enough, they won't do any of that stuff we don't like ever, but then when they're 18 and a half and they're gone, they're lost because they don't know how to make decisions. And they're angry, and they're upset, and they're mad at the world, and we haven't done them any service. You see, so we have to let them go out and try and make mistakes and fail and learn from it. This life is about experimenting. It's a go do it and see what happens kind of life. And we try to protect them when they can't make those kinds of decisions and the penalty's too stiff, like getting run over by a car. But when they can deal with the downside, we let them make their own choices. And if that means they fall and land on their nose because they went down the sliding board head first, well, that's a good lesson. Rather than, no, don't do that, you see. That's what they want to do, and you can say, well, okay, it's not going to kill them. Might skin their nose up, but that's a good lesson. Then you let them do it, because they have to learn these things. When you tell them, oh, don't do that, you'll get hurt, you've taken away their ability to learn that. And when you lecture them, they're not learning anything. They're just behaving as long as you're around. As soon as you're not around, you know, it's a different game. So you have to let them learn. So that would be my advice. Get rid of your own fear. Because if you have fears, then you will spread those around. Get rid of your own ego and your own beliefs and then just do whatever comes natural with your kids, because you'll love them and you'll do your best. And after that, they'll have to deal with whatever they have to deal with. But you've done at least the best you could with what you had. And that's all anybody can ask.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, the one.
All right, I agree with everything that he said. As far as parenting is concerned, one of the things that you need is and I'll give advice because I'll do that more than he will, is you definitely need both. One, you need both parents. You need the male perspective, you need the female perspective, and the two of them not only need to have their head on straight, but they need to be somewhat consistent, respectful of each other, because otherwise that's confusing for the child and they're playing one against the other, and that's not a healthy situation. When I was pregnant with our first child, I'm a perfectionist, okay, so I wanted to be the perfect mom. So I read every book I could get my hands on. And Tom said the same thing to me that he just said to you guys. Well, the best thing you can do is get your own head on straight. Okay, now that's easy to say, but come on, really? It's like, what do I do with that? So anyway, I tried to get my own head on straight. And I read, one of the books I did read, though, that I thought was wonderful, and I've mentioned this to some other people, is Making Peace with Your Parents. It's a real easy read, because one of the things I wanted to make sure I didn't do was repeat the same mistakes that my parents had made. So that helped a whole lot. But the basic thing is, if you genuinely love that child and they feel that love, they're going to do all right. Because, you know, there's no one right answer for any parent and child situation, which is why even now as a grandma, when I see my children saying what their child can and cannot do, I'm not judging that they're doing it right or wrong. I'm not the expert for their child. They are. And the dynamic between them is what counts. So I think if you love them, you truly love them, they're going to turn out all right, and you can't spoil them, you can't ruin them. You know, they talk about giving them too much stuff or doing this or that. I think even if you give them lots of stuff, as long as you love them, it's okay. If you give them stuff because you don't love them or spend any time with them, then okay, that's not a healthy situation. Love is the key.
Yeah. Right, I agree. Love is the key, and the thing is that depending on how much or how little fear you have more or less capacity for love. So if you have a lot of fear, you have a small capacity for love. If you have very little fear, you have a huge capacity for love. So we all have a different capacity to love based on our fear levels. So you got to get rid of that fear, because all of us will love our children as much as we can, but that's more or less depending on how much fear you have. So fundamentally, that's to get your head on straight, is get rid of that fear. Then you have this big capacity to love, and everything will come out all right. But if you have a lot of fear, your capacity to love is limited, because you just can't help but think about yourself a whole lot, because it's all of this fear makes you do that. Then you'll make mistakes. You'll do things that will hurt your children, and they'll grow up and have to deal with it, just like you grew up and had to deal with the things that your parents did to you because of their fears. But you hate to pass that sort of thing along if you can help it. And the best way to help it is to get rid of your own fear first. But everybody will end up doing the best they can with whatever they've got, and that's all you can ask.
And I have one more comment. This one could go back and forth all night. The one thing that I wish I would have done more of is been more of a coach, where what a coach does is, and obviously Tom's comment, when they're 2 years old, a lot of times you have to tell them, no, you cannot do this, this, and that. But particularly the older they get, if you can, instead of telling them, yes, no, do this, don't do that, ask them when they want to do something. Well, what's going to happen if you do that? Get them to look at the future. What's going to happen if you do this? You know, what are the pros, what are the cons? And what do you think will be the best decision for you? If you can teach them to critically think, they'll be better prepared, and it'll help them. And I wish I would have done more of that than what I did. Although I can't complain. I'm real pleased with all my children. So.
Okay, that brings us to the end of this 2-day extravaganza here that we've all been doing. here we are. We've made it to the end. I'm not coughing, at least not this minute. And everybody seems to be smiling. That's good. You've been a wonderful audience. I've had a good time here. It's been great to be in Germany. And I know I have people here from all over Europe, all over, actually beyond Europe. I have some. And thank you so much for signing up to come here and coming here and being a wonderful audience. Because of you, we were able to get here. We were able to actually get to a bunch of places because of you, and we appreciate that very, very much. So thank all of you. It's been wonderful. I hope you've learned something. I hope you see these exercises that we've just done, not as parlor tricks or things that you can, do for fun once in a while and then forget about, but a new way of living, a new way of interacting, a bigger decision space, a space that you can get into and use now and make decisions in. If you just practice it, and you use it, and you work it, pretty soon you'll be living in a much larger space. You see, pretty soon you won't need to sit and think and diagnose and whatever. You'll be aware of people. You'll be aware of how they feel. You'll be able to see reality through their eyes. If all you have to do is kind of focus and get behind their eyelids and see what the world looks like. And that'll make you a different person. So please, if I had anything to ask of you, is don't just walk away and forget about it and go on to the next workshop. Think about it a while and absorb it and use it. Use it, use it, play with it, experiment with it. See if it's true. Find out for yourself. That's the thought I'd like for all of you. So thank you. I've enjoyed every bit of it. Happy travels.
Shut up.